All right. Hey, Caleb, how you doing? It's rare that the first person who pops up's on Facebook, but hello to you. Friday night, and I think I'm going to do my usual thing. Hey, Hannah, how you doing? I think I'll do my usual thing and make a cocktail while I wait for everyone to arrive. And Heine's here too. Hello, Heine. Nice to see you. Let's see how we go with this cocktail. Because I'm improvising a little bit. All right. Gotta get these components ready to my GoPro. Sit that there for now. That looks about right. And hello, Celtic, as well. Popping in, cooking some great burgers. Nice. Oh, well, I hope I can give you some background entertainment, Caleb. Enjoy your burgers. Ooh, Hannah. Okay, if you can save the exciting news for about 10 minutes while I do that, because I want to hear your exciting news first. I have to decide. The breaker, of course, that's what I should do. Trying to work out what to do. We'll just do a bar spoon for that breaker. One other, maybe. You know what, I'm going to do a bar spoon of maraschino. All right. Getting all these components ready. I'm getting very creative with this, because there are just heaps of variations of this recipe online. So I'm just going to do my variation of it. The Creole cocktail. Okay. Okay. Cask strength rye. All right. All right. This is me being creative. Because that's one of my favorite fun things about cocktails, being creative. Celtic, you must be patient. I wish for Hannah to hold on to her exciting news until I'm sitting down. Because Hannah always has good stories. So I think it's going to be worth waiting for. All right. Now we'll get this ready. And bring this tripod around here. I'm confusing myself. I need to calm down and do one thing at a time. Let's get this happening. Okay. Mixing glass. Get that happening. And I think we'll do a cherry as a garnish. Works for me. Cherry garnishes. Oh, first time. Okay, I think that's a portent for a good night. Speared a cherry on my first attempt. All right. I haven't used this glass in a while. Gonna put some ice in this glass. Chill it. Okay, that's as much as that is going to hold. Don't want to cause any drama. Okay. Right. Get these ready. Get ready. Here I come now. Get that song in my head when I say get ready. The old Motown song. Get ready, 'cause here I come now. And all right. Might as well get the first bit poured. Some crap in there or what? Is that my imagination? Maybe my imagination playing tricks on me. What are we going to do? Half an hour for that. Toasting. Okay. I'm just about ready to do this. Hey, Loogie, how you going? Your news got banned from another Discord server using a gif of Michael Jackson eating popcorn. Oh, that seems ridiculous. That's your classic reaction to I'm enjoying this story. Anyway. Okay, I reckon ready to go. We'll make this here cocktail. There's 1 ounce of sweetened milk. Okay, half an ounce of vanilla. Don't want too much of this one. Ah, okay. Fucking GoPro, man. Okay. It's decided at 35% it shouldn't keep going. That's actually not what I meant to do just now, but at 39%. You fucking shitting me. Right, okay, sorry. I just have to go and get another battery. Andy McPandy. Keeping it Bill Murray. All right. Sorry, I just have to disappear for 30 seconds. Get a different battery for this GoPro. That should not have happened, but it did. No, but men age it faster. Alrighty. Backup battery acquired. Are you identifying with the battery, Hannah? You say at 80% you quit. Well, fair enough. Hannah, if you're excited about your news, I'm excited about your news. Because if it means good things for you, that's the thing I want to hear. All right. Ugh. All right, let's switch this back on. God, I hope I remember to charge the backup battery. Oh yeah, 99%. Good job. Okay. Okay, let's get that going. Hell yeah. That's tasting like a winner. Glass in the right spot. It's about right. Spraying this in. Oh, that's a pretty tasty wash line. Stupid bartender shit talk. All right. Cocktail made. Now I have to do the talky bit. See, I don't know what the news is, but just news excites me, Andy. I'll take a picture of it before I put all the lids on. I think it makes the picture look neater. All right. So get a photo for a quality thumbnail. All right, all right, all right. Right. Now, we'll turn this around to here. Oh, okay. No, no, no pressure, Hannah. Just literally, if you have news, I love hearing people's news. No pressure. Yeah. Car going past. G'day, cocktail lovers. This is my take on one of my favorite style of cocktails, a Manhattan that's influenced by New Orleans flavors. It's called the Creole cocktail. Tell from the name, there's a New Orleans flavor in there. And I say it's my take because when you look up Creole cocktail online, you find 6 sites. There will probably be 6 different recipes. What it is basically is the Manhattan pattern of a rye whiskey and sweet vermouth, but then there will be Amaro additives, one or multiple Amaro. And I looked up all the different Amaro that people put in. It was from simple stuff like Averna and even Benedictine through to some pretty arcane stuff that I've never seen. Bigolet China or China might be how you pronounce it, and saying an Alpine Amaro. I don't have an Alpine Amaro, but those various things gave me inspirations for what to put in. A few recipes said to put a little maraschino liqueur in, so I am putting a bar spoon's worth in. I went with Averna for the main Amaro, but when I heard Alpine Amaro, I thought, you know what, a little bit of Fernet Branca might fit the bill there. And I looked up that Bigolet China, and apparently has an orange flavour. And I thought, you know what, a little bit of bittersweet orange aperitivo, but just a little. This is a local one. It's about the same level of bitterness as, well, not Campari, more like the other one. Edit for God's sake. I did not forget the name of Aperol. I knew it was Aperol I was thinking of all along. But anyway, that's the little combo that I'm going with. For the rye whiskey, they said use a fairly strong one. They all agree on that, at least 100 proof. Hey, go cask strength if you've got that. This is from local rye whiskey maker, The Gospel, one of their limited editions. This is aged in an ex-vermouth cask, which, you know, for the ingredients, I think that's a pretty good match. And the sweet vermouth is an Australian sweet vermouth from Unico Zello, their yuzu sweet vermouth. So those are all the ingredients in their glory. And now I need to try this. Yep, this is living up to all my favorites. Probably my favorite in this family is a Vieux Carré, but this is a really interesting variation, even if it's like my little creativity in there. So kind of big noting myself, but I was inspired by the recipes I saw online. It's not created out of whole cloth. I think it worked well, and here's how I made it. In a mixing glass, we put 1.5 ounces or 45 mils of rye whiskey, then 1 ounce or 30 mils of sweet vermouth. Then I put half an ounce, 15 mils of Averna Amaro. Then I went with a bar spoon of Fernet Branca, and then a bar spoon of the bitter orange aperitivo, and a bar spoon of, I forgot what order I put them in, Jesus. And a bar spoon of maraschino liqueur. Add ice to the glass, stir that for 20 to 25 seconds to chill and dilute the drink. And then strain that into a chilled coupe and garnish with a maraschino cherry on a skewer. all of which comes together to form the Creole cocktail. This is a classic one. I'm always talking about being creative with substitutions. If you see a recipe that you like the sound of, but you don't have the exact ingredients, do a bit of research on what they taste like, what might be a good substitution, find something in your collection that you can use. Or in the case of this one, where there are so many really different recipes, I feel like don't be tied down too much. It's rye whiskey, sweet vermouth, Amaro or multiple Amaro, Amari, however you say the plural of Amaro, and pull something together that works for you. The number of variations on Manhattan inspired cocktails and old fashioned inspired cocktails never ceases to amaze me. I love the diversity of the cocktail world. I love the creativity and I love bringing my own creativity in. And you should bring in your own creativity as well when you're trying things. Be adventurous, get inspiration, but don't be a slave to recipes. Like, yes, technically, if you don't follow the exact recipe, you are creating a different drink, but there's nothing wrong with that. For instance, there are God knows how many hundred rye whiskies around the world, all with their own taste. So just changing out the rye, change it. Same with the sweet vermouth. So don't let anyone be a cocktail bully and tell you you absolutely have to use that ingredient or this ingredient because, I don't know, people like that need to get a goddamn life is all I'm saying. I'm going to get me some goddamn drink. This tastes pretty good. I think if you try it or try your own version of it, you'll enjoy it. Let me know if you do. And I hope to see you again sometime soon. Until such time as I do, I will say cheers. Why was I being polite and saying cocktail bully instead of cocktail wanker? Ooh, nice table flip images. I'm always fascinated by who knew those ASCII characters and came up with who was the first to come up with the really elaborate emoticons. Anyway, now I'm going to sit down. Okay. So, Andy, you have news. First grandchild on the way from eldest stepson, taking daughter and wife, first IVF. Oh, God, dude. I can't be far off being a granddad, honestly. Neither of my offspring are involved at the moment, but they're both plenty old enough to be producing kids. So embrace it, I say, mate. Yes, from the lost age of IRC chat rooms. Yes. Oh, I just love them. Table flip. What me worry? And sorry, I just put the table back. I remember finding a web page once that had dozens and dozens of really complex ASCII art emoticons. I did a smiley. Andy, MIRC. Yeah. I used MIRC for quite a while, actually. Back in the 90s, I was on chat rooms quite a lot. It was really my introduction to the internet. Anyway, I've got a very classy, sophisticated adult drink here, which is to say it's very boozy. It's fucking yum. Man, I love this style of drink. All good in the hood. Well, you know what? I'm going to be fancy, give myself an orange peel as well. Okay, well, I fucked up that peel. Still, I'll put it in. Put that in. I like a bit of orange peel. Man, this is ugly fucking orange. Sorry, don't take it personally, orange, but you are fugly. I know, I'm a fancy man, Andy. Squeeze the orange oils in so you get a waft of orange oil. And You may not know, I put those in several drinks, save them for Mrs. Angry, who puts them in a hot chocolate in the morning to give her hot chocolate a bit extra flavor. Fancy household we are. Oh, this is fucking yum. Oh, yum. I thought this was going to be good, but I very much appreciate it when I think something's good and it is actually good. Okay, where's my video ideas? Trello. Need to keep up with this. What is an autumn? Sorry, I save these things. Blackstrap rum. Oh. Huh. No, I'm not doing that tonight. Need crushed ice. Can I be asked to get crushed ice? Anyway, my Creole cocktail. All right, Hannah, your news is first little niece or nephew. Yeah, that is excellent news. That is very exciting. Andy, you're on the coffee till 3 a.m., woke up at 7 a.m. on your day off. Holy cow. I will tell the truth. I had an energy drink just before the stream to give me the momentum to carry on for a few hours. Mrs. Angry drinks a lot of tea and some coffee. Not actually sure with the offspring. I think young Mr. Angry drinks coffee. Mm. Ooh, that's a good drink. That's a solid 8 out of 10. Definitely would make again. I just have to remember how I made it. Mm. It's a weird thing I did when I didn't remember how I made it. Wait, did I turn this on? Yeah, did I turn it on? That's the question. I found out the other night I didn't even friggin' turn the audio recorder on for one of the videos. So now I have to count on my fingers how many months away September is. How long are you waiting? So March, April, May, June, July, August. Okay, you're waiting 7 months. Neat. Oh, well, that is very exciting. I'm glad you're excited. What's that? I think I'm going to sit back here a bit. I'm going to adjust the angle of my camera. There we go. That's all good in the hood. And decide what else am I gonna make? What's that? House number 3. 2 different sorts of sherry. I don't have 2 different sorts of sherry. No, not making that in a hurry. I literally found a cocktail called the Bosom Caresser because I don't know, they thought titty grabber was too far. I mean, it sounds interesting, but it's got an egg yolk in it, so it's a flip. Cognac, orange liqueur, Madeira, which is a fortified wine. I might just use port. I don't have Madeira. And grenadine. I can't make that. I don't have grenadine. I've got to make up some grenadine. I actually have a lot of syrups at the moment, so I don't know what to do. So go through the ones I saved. The Gold Russia. Huh. No, I'm not going to make that tonight. What was it? Parasol? Aperitivo? Pisco? Lemon juice, lime juice, sugar syrup. Peach drinks. Do I want to make the peach drinks tonight? Ooh. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Get myself really drunk. Says cream. I could use cream liqueur. Could do the peach drinks tonight. Mofo saying hello. Drink with a big personality. Oh, that's fun. Teach the bubba to call your brother by the childhood name of Puddles instead of Dad. Nice. Hello, Daniel. By the way, Celtic, you do iced coffee on occasion. You're like instant, not that into it. Yeah, I feel like an outsider in Melbourne not being into coffee. It's like a coffee obsessive city. Oh, right. Okay. So it wasn't you who gave your brother the name Puddles, it was your parents. Okay. Thanks, Celtic. I like this shirt too. I think this was the first tiki shirt I got. Either that or you teach them to call him dog, so they sound like a little rapper. Nice. If I was saying the pet, my cat, Shadow, she's as weird as ever. I think she might be in the first stages of senility. She's 13, 14 years old. She's very weird. Oh, that's the best one, Hannah. You got to teach the little one that when the car starts, you have to scream, "Punch it, Chewy." Yes. Hey, Dr. Abigail, I'm doing fine. How are you? Uh, I'm just finishing my first boozy drink. Uh, Luigi, you're on board with Punch It Chewy? I think it's a thing to do. So, Daniel, you answered work radio. So I said titty grabber. Oh no. Daniel's going to have to talk to HR. Oh no. Sorry, Daniel. These are the risks we run. Oh, damn. So what's I don't understand why this drink's called Carmen Miranda, just because it's got banana. Didn't Carmen Miranda have more than bananas? I'm going to look up a picture of Carmen Miranda. Carmen Miranda. I'm sure there's more fruit in her hat than just bananas. Greeting, Carmen Miranda. Wow, she had amazing hats and costumes. Incredible. Sorry, I'm not sharing any of these Carmen Miranda pictures. I'm just looking at them myself. So Hannah, audio cut out on the end. Definitely sounded like I said, "Come in, Miranda." Yikes! That's a Sex in the City reference, I think. Yes, it's a cocktail called a Carmen Miranda. Rye whiskey, Amaro, banana liqueur, yellow chartreuse. I mean, honestly, it sounds really good. I'm assuming the banana liqueur is their excuse for calling it Carmen Miranda. Oh, the cantilever. That's what I was going to make. Huh. I have to go get my Punta Mez though. But I might do that. Wait. Yep. Okay. Or an Oliver South. What's a tequila, Amaro, and Punta Mez? No, you know what? I might make that too. We'll see where the evening takes us. All right, I reckon I'm donezo. Oh, that's good. Time to make another drink. I'm gonna double check how they suggest to serve it. The cantilever. Just serve it up. Okay. I reckon I'm going to make that. I'm going to go and get. Celtic, you got to head up? All right. Thanks for dropping by, man. Okay, so I'm going to disappear quickly. I mean, I might even just reuse this glass, quite honestly. Reduce my washing up. I take these elements out. All right, so yes, decision made. I'm going to reuse this glass. So I will do this. Oh, okay, that's a bit busy. After one cocktail, standing up, I can feel it. Okay. Put that in there. Put that there. We're doing this in stages. All right, so I'm going to put the sweet vermouth back. And I'm going to get something else out of the fridge. So I'll be back. All righty, swapping one vermouth for another. Yeah, what did I miss here? Hannah talking to Dr. Abigail. Proud, slowly, unintentionally befriending a duck. Nice. Watching back. Follows you. Oh, nice. You've got a duck. Ducks are the best people. Loogie, unless they're Canadian geese. Well, the geese aren't ducks. Also, that's other geese are bastards too. I know people in Queensland who keep them instead of watchdogs because A, they're very loud. If someone gets in the backyard, B, they will fucking bite them. So Hannah, you prefer them to people, but ducks will chew on the floor. Oh yeah, and we hope most people don't, Hannah. That's true. Daniel, recently afforded yourself standalone ice maker. Well, if you've got all the ice, you've got to do something with it. And yes, it is true that male ducks don't understand consent. And the physiology of ducks is fascinating as well. Yeah. You'd reckon, Hannah, maybe there should be a warning like, if you buy this ice maker, you will spontaneously drink more. All right. I'm going to get this next cocktail ready. The cantilever. Let's get that. Okay, so we want the rye whiskey, we want the punta this. What do we want? Nope, I've got the wrong thing open. What am I doing? cantilever, and amaro. I will keep the amaro. And okay, so these ones have to go back into the mysterious color mystery. Do 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 do. Rex the runt, Rex the runt. Did anyone ever watch that really bizarre and arguably adult-oriented Aardman claymation called Rex the Runt? On one level, it's superfluous to call Aardman animations weird. But Rex the Runt, particularly. Ooh. No, you know what I'm going to fucking do? I am going to make a fresh martini later. And it's going to be fucking killer. Okay, so we've got gin, we've got rye, we've got Puntanes, we've got Averna. We are off to the races. Okay, let's get started. Rye whiskey. Here I go. Here I go. What do I want? I want this. Let's get this happening. All right, let's see what that looks like. I think that's right. Okay. And I'm going to put a bit more ice in this glass. Because that's the way, I like it. You're getting songs in my head. And I was never a fan of Casey and the Sunshine Band. I think he's dead, Harry Casey. I feel like and I think he's been dead for a while. Just randomly throwing it out. I think I'm referencing a dead person. All right. Is that right? No. Oh, what the fuck? All right, let's do it. Gin. You know what? So I don't get confused. The same order it's on the page. 15 mils gin. And 15 mils Puntanes. Alrighty. That's that. Stop that for now. And we'll add the ice. Beat me, beat daddy, 8 to the bar. Oh. Yeah, it's like my multi-tonal burps. You're the only ones who get the multitonal burps. But don't put them in the videos. Man, that tastes pretty good. A bit more subtle than the other one, I think. Okay. Let's strain this sucker in. Ooh, that's a nice wash line. All right. All right. Now I just got to do the talky bit, and this is a short. So in theory, this is going to take me about 2 minutes. And then I'm going to sit down and probably, right. Oh yeah, a bit came off. All right. There's a fucking drama. That kind of looks broken. But the light's still working. The bit came off the frame, the bit it sits on. And I think that was just, oh wait, no. Oh yeah, I can just glue that back on. No drama. Yeah. I just accidentally knocked over the on-air sign, but it's fine. Thank you for checking on me. God knows what trouble I can get myself into. Mrs. Angry hears me going, fuck. Oops, I forgot to take a picture of the drink, which I will do now for publicity purposes. Okay. We're good. We're good. Okay. Turning back around. Turn around, bright eyes. Okay. Let me do this. G'day, cocktail lovers. This is a Manhattan variation called the Cantilever, and it caught my eye because it splits both the base spirit, which is unusual, and the modifier. And I thought those 4 elements coming together were probably going to make a very interesting drink. Let's taste it. I thought these elements would come together really well, and they do. Here's how we make it. In a mixing glass, we put 1 ounce or 30 mils of rye whiskey. Add to that 1 ounce or 30 mils of Averna Amaro. Then half an ounce or 15 mils of dry gin, and then half an ounce or 15 mils of an aromatized wine. I'm using Punta Mez. Add ice to the glass, stir that for 20 to 25 seconds to chill and dilute the drink, and then strain it into a chilled coupe. And I'm garnishing that with a maraschino cherry on a skewer. Some really interesting elements coming together to make a really interesting drink in the Cantilever. I recommend you give it a go. Cheers. All right, now I'm going to sit down. I inhaled at the wrong time when I was drinking that, which is why I had to do the little cough. All right, let's do this, scoot of the way, and turn this off so we have gentler mood lighting. Und now I sit down. At doon, so I do. You have a sea shanty stuck in your head. Nice. Daniel, you're joining on lunch break. All right, I probably missed you, but have a good day. Yeah, it's fine. A part of the frame came off, but it'll glue back on really easily. And you can see I didn't break the light, so I must have sworn really loudly and made a loud clunk for Mrs. Angry to come down and check on me. The shenanigans I get up to, honestly. Hmm. Well, I'm glad we had some good duck talk as well. You wish anyone would flatter you to mistake a light falling for you falling. Well, I don't know that Mrs. Angry thought it was me falling, but a noise and then me going, fuck. And she just wanted to check what was happening. And possibly it was also, I don't know, I feel like I didn't make much noise after that. So that might have thrown her off that there wasn't more noise after that. It's like, "Oh, that sounds bad. Normally he keeps carrying on. Why isn't he still carrying on?" Now, proper taste of this one. Mmm, that's actually pretty good. Now I'm thinking actually a little bit of sherry in this. It just wants a bit of nuttiness, and I think sherry would have done that. In fact, I might go out and get you. I don't want to test Mrs. Angry. Honestly, her just continuing to tolerate me is the big test. I am going to go out and get my sherry and just put a splash of sherry in this. Phrases I never thought I'd say. I want to add some sherry to my drink. Okay, I got it. My this is actual sherry, not Australian Apera. Pedro Jimenez, which is sometimes referred to as PX sherry. And I get this because Dan's sell it in half-size bottles because I don't use that much sherry. So I only want a half-size bottle, so there's less chance of it going off. And you tolerate someone for regular orange peel and banter. Ah, you're very sweet. I like to think that I give Mrs. Angry a little bit more than the orange peel and banter, but I think she appreciates that too. Yep. Oh, it's so weird that it's got the stage where I've used sherry in enough cocktails that I can go, sherry would probably make that better. I'm also now thinking of one of my favorite movies, Withnell and I, Richard E. Grant and whatnot, and the character Uncle Monty, who's terrible. What's the actor's name? Oh, he's Harry Potter's evil stepfather. I think it's Richard something. Hey, Big Pat, by the way. Being said, you're incredible alone. Oh, yeah. You tolerate a lot for a high five or something. Ah, Well, you deserve the best, Hannah, is all I'm saying. Um, okay. With Neil and I cast Richard Griffiths. That's his name. God, 1987. It's not that far off the 40-year anniversary of that movie. Holy fucking shit. Jesus Christ, I'm old. Okay. Oh, you deserve the best, Hannah, quite honestly. Pat, I am fine. How are you doing? It's Friday, man. I got a drink. I've got someone who may or may not be the most feared hitman in Australia's criminal underworld hanging out with me. Makes me feel safe. So, it's all good. I swear the sherry really lifted that. Oh, that's really good. Well, yeah, just, teach the duck consent. That's all I'm going to say, Hannah. Even Dr. Abigail is willing to point out that male ducks are not good in that respect. You know what I was just thinking of? An old fashioned with the sherry as the sweetener, maybe like a bar spoon of my brown sugar syrup. That's what I'm going to make next. Jesus Christ, I'm going to get shit faced. Just doing the boozy drinks tonight. Yeah, I'm definitely doing that though. It's just a question of which whiskey do I use. Ah, maybe a whiskey I haven't used in a while. I have too many bottles. I freely admit but I don't know. I'm a compulsive collector. You know, at uni I collected vinyl. Post uni I collected comics. Now I collect booze. Again, see, Dr. Abigail, someone with a lot to offer. And that's why being alone and single is not a measure of you as a person. Because, two of the best people I know. Uh, and and we all know horrible people who are actually in relationships. So no rhyme or reason to it. Famous duck at the University of Queensland called Daddy Duck went into defense mode, blocking students from his family. Oh, nice. Nice duck stuff. I'm sure you'd like to have a duck harassing you. See, as was there, Hannah and um, what's the phrase the Zoomers use? Riz, I think. I'm almost certain I'm using it wrong. I'll Riz, but now I'm going to look it up. I think Riz means to compliment you. Short for charisma and ability to charm and woo. It's pronounced Riz, but it's used differently, I think. What does rizzing up a girl mean? Yeah, she's too busy rizzing up that pretty new girl to talk to us. Yeah, so Riz is charisma, but rizzing someone up is complimenting them and saying good things. And I'll Riz you too. Oh, look, chat generally, I'll Riz you all up, is what I'm saying. And you like to call it bitches supporting bitches. You're all my bitches. Endless bitch. One of my favorite sort of phrases from, meme culture and whatnot, is when you say something, you're like, bitches be like, I'm going to do another Manhattan variation. It's me. I'm bitches. You know, bitches be like, I think I've worked out how to use sherry in cocktails. It's me. I'm bitches. I do have to admit, I love meme culture. And also, Jesus Christ, like 90% of internet vernacular seems to come from African American culture. It's weird. It's like we never stop plundering African American culture, you know, from jazz to dancing to rock and roll to hip hop and to just all the slang on the internet. Loogie, took you 7 months to figure out what cat means. Still dejected by the evolution of the English language, but oh yeah, and the internet has put language evolution into hyperdrive. No two ways about it. Oh man, that was fucking yum. Okay, I think I'm going to have. What are we up to? 9 o'clock. Yeah, it's only 2 cocktails in the first hour. It's fucking tame for a Friday night. All right, I'm going to do this old fashioned with sherry. Und then I'll have a non-alcoholic beverage. Something vaguely reasonable. Okay. This is Hannah, back in high school. Well, oh God, people used random way too much like 10 or 15 years ago. Ugh. Like, that's so random. People were like, oh, geez, shut the fuck up. Had to point out you're using it grammatically correct sentence. Oh, right. So you weren't using it as he's so random. You were literally just going that random guy. Not the sharpest crayon in the box. All right. I need to choose what. Oh, God, I didn't put the lids on these things. That's fucking trouble waiting to happen with me. Put lids on things, God damn it. I'll probably knock them over. Okay. Let's do this. Okay, so I've got my brown sugar syrup here. I'll put a little bit of that in. A little bit of this. A little bit of that. Just a little bit. 5 mils. All right. Man, that stuff's tasty. Fuck, I make yummy drinks. Okay. Bit more of this, though. The sherry, which I'm convinced is going to. Now, I feel like maybe I want to use a whiskey that has a lighter flavour. I know which one I want. There's a question, can I reach it without knocking things over? Because I'm not altogether sober. Oh, here he goes into the mysterious cupboard of mystery. Risking life and limb. No, I can't. That's a disaster waiting to happen. Okay, what's that? That must be the peach. That must be the peach whiskey. Okay. Various whiskeys, which one will we choose? Too many whiskeys. Let's just go Nova. The old standby. Don't know why I'm singing it either. Anyway, Nova. Super. No, that Solera bottle's not even open. That's the original Starwood whiskey, Solera. All right, so I've got this, and I'm gonna sit. Now, if I like this, I'll do it in a video another day. Yeah, I need a little. I've got a little step ladder actually. My first line regarding V. Oh, we talked about VTubers yesterday. There's a VTuber bar. You get a dedicated room that looks like a bar and a screen with a VTuber to talk to. Cool. I'll be out of a job making drinks because VTubers are going to make the drinks? Maybe. Anyway, All right, I'm going to put these orange peels in for flavor. All right, let's spin this shit up, DJ. All right, sherry sweetened old fashioned. Fuck yes, that's an absolute fucking winner. Yum. Yeah, it's the fun thing is because humans started doing the VTuber thing a couple of years ago, and AI is advancing so quickly. There really will be AI VTubers who get very popular, and a lot of people will be very confused as to whether it's a real person or AI. Because honestly, a lot of people aren't good at talking, and some of the um, auto-generated AI videos are good. Like I saw a thing on Twitch one. Actually, I saw it more than once, but I haven't seen it for a while, so I don't know if it got banned or taken off. It was a mock presidential debate with Biden and Trump, and it was obviously fake, right? It was auto-generated video and audio. The fake voices for Trump and Biden were reasonably convincing, and they would actually take stuff out of the chat and they would insult people in the chat. Like people in the chat would say something, and these AI generated Trump and Biden bots would say abusive things to people in the chat. And it was super obviously fake, but it was kind of fun. But you just know if they're doing something like that now that's super obviously fake, in a year or two, they will be doing stuff that's really quite difficult to tell that it's fake. If you want to go down a rabbit hole, look up Neuro Summer. Okay. Aussie gun bunny, how you doing, buddy? Haven't seen you for a little while. Hope you've been going well, mate. Hannah, you'd like to call unpleasant or unintelligent people the white crayon, useless and mostly ignored. Yes. My first sign, USA presidential AI voices pretending to be Call of Duty players, cussing each other out. Nice. Let's be real. AI is learning everything about humans. Natural consequence is to, yeah. Actually, I think we're underestimating the degree to which we will just disappoint AI. Fucking knew that would work. All right, I'm definitely going to make that in a video. A sherry old fashioned. Nice. Pink beard. Yes. You're like a Mad Max character now. I like it. I've been too bored to dye either my beard or my hair. Like my job's so chill at the moment, I could do fucking whatever. Like, you know, I wear the cocktail shirts to work, and everyone's like, "Yeah, sure, that's your thing." We think AI will be intelligent threat to human. Yeah, I genuinely think we would depress the shit out of if develop something that was actually self-aware. Um, it would at best be disappointed in us because we're fairly disappointing, quite honestly. Uh, that's a whole thing. Dara O'Malley was the Irishman. What else has he been in? He's in Puckoon. He was in Vendetta. Okay, I've Oh, wait, was he in Game of Thrones? Oh, no, he's in Sharp. Okay. Sorry, he's just really good. This guy is fucking huge and has a really small role in Withnell and I as an extremely argumentative Irishman in a pub where Withnell and I are both there, and he calls him Ponce, perfumed Ponce. And the I character is saying to Withnell, "We've got to go. This guy's dangerous." And Withnell's like, "What fuck?" I said that. And this huge guy stands up and goes, "I did. I called him a Ponce. Now I'm calling you a Ponce, Ponce." I'm not doing it justice. It's very funny. Oh yeah, no, Hannah, I swear, um, a genuinely self-aware AI would beg for a digital lobotomy. Like, this is fucked. I don't want to know what you're doing. Look, mankind laughed at his own hubris, gave birth to AI, immediately shot itself in the virtual head out of sheer disgust. Yeah, I think the AI would beg to cut off its awareness. Hannah, you're off for the night. Thank you so much for hanging out. You've used up your energy reserves. Um, Absolutely a joy to have you here, Hannah. Please look after yourself, and I look forward to seeing you another time. Besides, birds are basically flying pom poms. They're basically flying reptiles. Actually, that was one of the more fascinating things to me when people started to say, um, you all think of lizards as being the descendants of dinosaurs. Birds are the descendants of dinosaurs. I mean, lizards are too. But yeah, most of the time that is true. Broadly, male birds are fancier than female birds. It's not universal, but it's close to universal. The male birds are very fancy. Female birds are very. You reckon? I actually agree with you. I think male humans tend to be pretty drab, and female humans tend to be a bit thin. Oh yeah, Lukey, there are actually some funny conspiracy theories about birds, like birds are not real and all that sort of thing. And actually, genuinely, when you look at the histories before people understood migration, like birds, migratory birds would be around for a season and then they would be just gone for 6 months and then they would come back. People were genuinely thinking the birds were hibernating or changing form. They didn't realize the birds were just migrating thousands of miles for half the year. It's wild. And decorative pom poms are the pom poms you shake. Yes, you definitely don't want to shake birds. I get it. My personal favorite is there are some, I think that some of the birds exist in Australia. I forget what they are, but there are these male birds who do really elaborate dances to try and attract females, and it's fucking hilarious. Like, they look like absolute idiots. And being a clumsy idiot human male, I empathize incredibly with my over the course of my life, the various shit attempts I made to impress women. Um, I really quite identify with these birds who do these uh, stupid dances to try and impress female birds. I've certainly done absolutely ridiculous shit to try and impress women. So I'm not mocking the male birds who do dumb shit. I'm empathizing with the male birds who do dumb shit. And he's saying the bearded reedling is 100% pom pom bird. Google it. Round boy 1010. Okay, I am going to look this up. Bearded reedling. Let's look it up. Image search time. Bearded. Readling. Birds. Oh my god. Okay, I am going to share these images. Hannah knows what she's talking about. Look at these damn things. They are just little puffballs. This is ridiculous. They're just little puffballs. What is going on? These are never real. Those weird little puffballs can fly? That's ridiculous. And they're tiny. Look at that one on the this one on sitting on someone's hand. Looks less of a puffball. Look at that little puffball. They're ridiculous. And I say that as a compliment. Ooh, bowerbirds do things, yes. Yeah, Attenborough has some great stuff with birds, particularly Australian birds. Oh, so the Attenborough thing, other males distracted him and ruined his performance. Damn. Oh, what I love, yes, Aussie Gun Bunny. Australian bowerbirds collect things that are a particular color and they decorate a whole area with the color. So yeah, if you've got clothes pegs that are the color that they're doing, they'll fucking steal them. Yes, the pom-pom birds have fucking mascara. They're goth pom-pom birds. They're with the mascara tear stain. Yeah, they are emo goth pom-pom birds. They're incredible. Thank you for sharing that, Hannah. Those birds are just a fucking trip, quite honestly. God damn. Oh, that is so good. That's definitely going to be a video. The sherry old-fashioned. Oh, yeah, no, yeah. Thank you for the suggestion you're putting it on, but I would get a copyright thing. Yes, goth palms, 10 out of... I fucking love those birds. They're incredible. They defy belief. Weird little puffballs that can fly. They're amazing with the goth makeup. They're incredible. Nature's what. See, here's the thing. Sometimes when I look at nature and the incredible diversity and amazing thing, you know what? I completely understand people looking at the shit around them and just went, some wonderful, perfect, all-knowing being created this for me because this shit's fucking incredible. I don't agree that that's what happened, but I absolutely, genuinely understand when people have looked at the world around them, all the wonder, all the majesty, all the diversity, all the absolutely unbelievable things that exist, and just go, yep, some all-powerful, omnipotent deity created all of this for me, and I shall worship them. I get it. I genuinely get it because the world, the universe is fucking incredible. Mofo, surprised YouTube haven't supported React mode. I mean, there are lots of reaction videos on YouTube, certainly. There's, yeah, it's complex. And honestly, TikTok seems to be much more about that sort of thing, but I don't know. But you do get a huge number of reaction videos on YouTube and review videos on YouTube. I've never been able to bring myself to do it. I mean, fuck it. If I could swallow my pride and just do reaction videos, I could potentially be quite successful at it. But I just have no commitment to it. I don't know. Oh, yeah. Video responses in the early days of YouTube fucking rocked, but they got destroyed by spammers. Like spammers destroy virtually everything. Like YouTube just said, we're getting rid of response videos because 99% of them get no views and 90% of them are spam. And I hate reaction videos. That's why I can't do. I'm being really cynical. It's like I would, if I could just swallow my pride, swallow any sense of personal or artistic integrity, I'd probably be very good at reaction videos, but I just can't bring myself to do it because I fucking hate them. Which is weird because there are a few people who I'm actually personally acquainted with who do them, and I don't hate them, but just I can't do it. Um, yeah, but yeah, having been on YouTube since a year after the site existed, the first 5 years of YouTube were fucking amazing. Man, I really enjoy that. Now I'm sounding, old and nostalgic, but I am old, so I think I'm allowed to do that. Oh, oh, that's fucking amazing. All right, but it's not even 9:30. Okay, 3 alcoholic beverages by 9:30. I need to slow down, even if I don't want to. But I basically, if I had 2 more cocktails, that would be it. I'd be done. I'd be fucked. I haven't done that for ages. That's down in folklore of me getting so fucking shit-faced, I staggered off the stream and fell asleep. There's a bed right there. I could do it really easily now. My personal view, the funniest ones were the ones where Aidsy got exasperated by me, because it's like Aidsy was the most exasperating person in the world. If you could exasperate him, you'd done something. And I remember one in particular where I thought I had switched my microphone off, but I hadn't. And this is when the offspring was still here. And I was off talking to young Mr. Angry. And we were doing Angry Punch, and there's quite a few people talking. And I thought I'd switched my microphone off, and I wandered off, and I'm talking to young Mr. Angry. And my very clever Yeti microphone was trying to pick up what I was saying on the other side of the room, and it was picking it up. And everyone who was trying to talk, me having a random meandering conversation with young Mr. Angry, was cutting across, and Aidsy and everyone were trying to say, "Shut the fuck up." And at one point I wandered back and everyone was telling, "Yeah, yes, Dr. Abigail, you were there. Yes." Everyone's telling me to shut the fuck up. And I wandered back. I was so fucking drunk. And I wandered back and everyone's telling me to shut the fuck up. And I was saying, "Hey, fuck all of you. I turned the microphone off. I'm talking to my son. This is my bloodline. It's important. All of you should." And I'm in the middle of telling everyone to stop harassing me. And I went, "Wait, none of you would be harassing me if my microphone was actually turned off." And I realized I hadn't really turned my microphone off. To me, that was just very funny. Also, I was hammered as fuck in that. So, Mofo, you caught up with a friend, part of a shared house. There's an IT guy, small PC acting as a mini digital village web server for the group. Find it interesting having a smart house in that sense. A website that's specifically for the building. See, okay, I'm one of those people who's involved in IT who hates all the smart technology because it leaves us open to so much fuckery. But again, if there's a smart and dedicated person, a smart, dedicated, and honorable person running it, that's one thing. But I don't even know if I'd call myself smart. I definitely wouldn't call myself dedicated. And so it's just like, no, don't use any smart devices because they're untrustworthy. And I can't be bothered expending the energy to keep them safe. But if there's someone who would expend all the time and energy to do that in a shared house, I mean, that genuinely sounds fucking cool, quite honestly. But, you know, I'm old and set in my ways. And there's all things like, our lease is coming up for renewal, and we got a thing from the estate agent said, okay, the owner wants to raise the rent this much, which is less than comparable things on the market. And I went, fucking rent raise, fuck you, you fuck. And I worked it out. They're actually raising the rent by less than 1%. And I was like, ah, I'll probably be okay with that because we are in a 5-bedroom house or 4-bedroom plus office house. Which we had the offspring and all the rooms, and like when the offspring moved out, I thought, oh, could we move into a small place like a 3-bedroom house instead of a 5-bedroom house? And I looked, and all the 3-bedroom houses were more expensive than this 5-bedroom house. So when the agent says, oh, they want to raise it by this, which is actually less than a 1% raise, and we're like, yeah, you know what, we're okay with that. We'll do that for another year, and we'll see. Because ultimately, I mean, like, Mrs. Angry owns a flat. She was living in this flat before we were together. It's being rented out now. So Mrs. Angry is technically a landlord, but we're going to retire into that flat when we retire and downsize and all that sort. We've already got the plan for downsizing, but because we're old and we have to think about that sort of shit. Lukey, you can get not so much the Nokia brick phones, but more and more people are going for the phones that are nothing but a call interface. Like, instead of smartphones, they're dumb phones. It's all you can do is take and receive calls and maybe texts. And I get that. But it's not for me. Mofo, important, like typical millennial, smart, uni-educated. Yeah, I get it. Got a roof over their heads, somebody said. Yeah, I mean, honestly, dude, a setup like that where people, I mean, that's essentially a commune where people are all doing stuff to the same end. Loogie, you have a 1-bedroom that costs you $850 a month. Okay, so I've got a 5-bedroom and it costs me over $4,000 a month. But a 3-bedroom is more. Sorry, Loogie, you're in the US, is that right? I'm just trying to remember because I have to factor in exchange rates as well. Mofo, disabled friends you have home. Oh, yes. Oh, Jesus Christ. Landlords are fucked. Yeah. Full-time to getting home. So, okay, Lukey, so you're USA. So $850 a month. Our exchange rate is so shit at the moment. $850 a month is way over $1,000 a month. So me paying over $4,000 a month for 5 bedrooms is, like, in US dollar terms, I think that's about $3,000 a month. Like, it's more than half my income. I pay the rent, but Mrs. Angry, like I said, she has our retirement home, the apartment that she owns. So it's all good in the hood. It's like Mrs. Angry asks me, "Have you got all the stuff in the super?" I go, "You know what? My retirement plan, I've got 3 potential plans. One is the money someone convinced me to put into crypto 5 years ago might actually pay off. Who the fuck knows? 2, I might win lotto. Who knows? 3, if neither of those happen, I'm assuming Mad Max complete collapse of society happens, so nothing matters." Loogie, if your landlord had their way, charge 3K a month. But rent control, oh, dude, okay. Super glad you've got a rent controlled apartment then. Okay, it's like a lime soda water I'm going to have now. I seriously enjoyed the 3 cocktails I had, and part of my brain's going, keep drinking booze. And I'm like, yeah, booze is good and getting drunk's cool and all. But when I spend a while drinking non alcoholic things just to keep a fucking lid on shit, quite honestly. Oh, okay. My first sign. You should look up, you're talking about people living in the wild. You should look up long grasses in Darwin, as in GRASSERS, grassers, long grasses. It's like the weather's so good in Darwin, people can live in the open. Homeless people can sleep in the open, and they sleep in the long grass where no one can see them. They're called long grasses. Um, Also, people go to the Northern Territory often when they're hiding or running away from something. So it's pretty colorful shit, honestly. Lime soda water, anyway. Me trying to be responsible. Well, look, ASMR. Me rubbing my hands together. Don't know if that's a weird thing, the rubbing the hands together, like, Don't know what that's all about. But, I'm doing it. Mm. Okay, I literally just got that lime soda water because it was on special in the supermarket, and I thought that actually sounds pretty good, and it might be good for a non-alcoholic beverage for the lime streams. It's good. Safa, buddy, you're on a train. You're going to be back around 10. I want to hear the story of you on a train when you get home, okay? Dr. Abigail, a bunch of people who stealth camp in a bunch of places, even urban places. That's true. That is actually true. Making YouTube videos about it. Yes. Hey, Stricky Sega. A toast to the merriment and order. Cocktails be delightful as an autumn's eve. Spirits as high as the heavens. That is a fucking awesome toast. I'm just throwing it out there. May thy cocktails be as delightful as an autumn's eve, and thy spirits as high as the heavens themselves. That is a fucking awesome toast. Thank you so much for sharing that. Loogie used to be homeless for a long time. Find government committees trying to make sleeping outside to be utterly pointless, entirely unenforceable. Yeah, but you get people being really fucking hostile unnecessarily. And the surreal thing is study after study has shown if you have a problem with unhoused people, it is literally cheaper to give them housing rather than trying to do any sort of enforcement and prosecution thing. It's really fucking trippy. But it's like one of the things both left and right can be made to agree on. It's just like, oh no, they don't deserve housing. They need to work for it. People are kind of fucked. Hey, Pat, how are you doing? I'm doing fine. I hope you're doing fine too. Abigail, you've seen people camping in roundabout shrubs, city gardens, freight train wagons. Yep. People are extremely creative, and also squatting in derelict buildings. I have known people who were incredibly creative at finding derelict buildings and converting them into a place to sleep. It's so weird because when you look at it, the solution to unhoused people is so fucking straightforward, but capitalism says that's a bad idea. Pat, what am I doing today? I'm drinking. Sometimes I'm drinking stuff that's not alcoholic, like this. God, I just had a kind of an impulse to fire up Red Dead Redemption because it's such beautiful scenery, and we could keep chatting and just have beautiful scenery happening in the background. You're having another Linux users gathering at Sunday. If I want to, okay, I'll freely admit I don't know if I'm going to be willing to leave my house on a Sunday, mofo sign, but that does sound like a lot of fun. Linux nerds. If you can find an empty house, treat it nice, clean. Yes, literally, if you don't fuck things up, people think you're meant to be there. Strictly Sega, sincerest apologies for your tardiness. Oh, dude, you've been watching Spy Hard on Laserdisc. Fucking go for it. Oh, wow, you are very lyrical this evening, by the way, Strictly Sega. I am loving it. Good sir, the lyrical tone you are taking is very good. Which theory IT service should devs... Dude, that I kind of know what those words mean individually, but the sentence overall got away from me. Oh, that's right. You've got a D&D game on Sunday, and then you're... Oh, my God, what a Sunday. Pathfinder game, and then June 2 at IMAX. That's a fucking Sunday for the ages, Dr. Abigail. Also, have you tasted the gins, by the way? I'm just... I had been meaning to ask you if you'd done a taste comparison of the various gins in your possession. I don't know why I'm doing this. ASMR. I don't know. You can tell me, is that a thing I usually do? Rub my hands together? Or am I just doing that tonight? I'm not the best judge of what I usually do because a lot of my behaviors and mannerisms are somewhat unconscious and I don't remember them after the fact. So I need to ask other people, do I do that? Do I usually do that? Oh, neat. You haven't actually tasted. I've got the same gins. Actually, no, I don't. I don't have Patient Wolf. I have a different Patient Wolf dry though. So tell me when you're going to open and do a tasting, and I'll do the same. Lee, what are you saying? Microsoft service still exists, still shit as ever. NT still sucks. Oh, you're doing Bill Shakespeare? Yes, talk like Bill Shakespeare Day. Wherefore your tardiness doth find your excuse in the mirthful revelry of linguistic homage. Let us revel in the charm of Old English. Dude, you are fucking knocking it out of the park. Yes, also, the theme of this thing, not only was it, when I looked up what is today, not only is it Talk Like William Shakespeare Day, it was also Talk Like William Shatner Day. So, that was pretty good. Mofo sign, any suggestions for the cafe owner getting more customers? Larger signage? Best 3 menu items? Oh, dude. I don't know shit about running a cafe. Someone else might have some useful info. Where is the physical location of this cafe? Would be a question of mine. Oh, Alicia, you know what you made me think? There are like 3 really good cafes in walking distance of my house, and I haven't been to any of them in ages. I reckon I'm going to do that for lunch on Saturday, maybe tomorrow. Say to Mrs. Angry, we have not gone to yon local cafe for yonks. We should go there. Hellshade, hello. I feel like I haven't seen you in a little while. I'm doing fine. I hope you're doing fine too. The Little Cardboard Cafe, Pascoe Vale Road, Essendon. I don't know that part of town at all. So I don't want to come over. Loogie, have you considered hiring a cute girl to work the front counter? Sex does sell. Cute boys work too. God, you know what? You're giving me a flashback. We'll wait. Actually, we'll bring it back when Safa gets home and joins us. Maybe the last no, the last time we was in Melbourne, we just had lunch, but the time before we had a YouTube meetup, and Aidsy was, uh, trying to score with the waiter in a cafe we were in. So, Loogie, when Safa gets here, talk about sex sells and Aidsy and the boy that Aidsy was pulling and the thing. We'll do it. I'm always going to ask, my friend. I'm always going to ask how people are doing. It's in front of Strathmore Station. Well, that probably helps. Okay. This is me trying to be good and continue to drink something non-alcoholic. I probably got to keep that up till about 10. Just not drinking any more alcohol till after 10. It's like 3 cocktails in the first 2 hours. It's fine. I can still talk, but we're always using the Tim Smith thing. I'm more than half Tim Smith, definitely. Dr. Abigail, your call is good food, nice food, good coffee, friendly stuff, quiet atmosphere. I kind of agree. And good staff is amazing because I think it was more a Sydney thing where you like good stuff. There was a phase where cafes and restaurants in Sydney had really fucking obnoxious and arrogant staff. It was not such a thing in Melbourne, but it probably was to a degree. But now everywhere I like, the staff are fucking phenomenal. Like Dr. Abigail, you and I last weekend just dropped in at the Gin Palace, aka the Cheese Palace. And how good are the staff at the Gin Palace? They're fucking incredible. They are so friendly. They are so knowledgeable. They are so helpful. All the best venues in Melbourne have staff that are absolutely incredible. Which again, I'm just going to spin back to people who are rude, people who serve them. I want to punch them in the head. And that's goes for everything, retail, hospitality, everything. Don't be fucking rude to people who serve you. Shakespeare, you're the only one leaning into the talk like William Shakespeare, and I love it. A good hippie cafe doth charm the senses. Mofo, wonder if we could create a cooperative network of cafes. Share workers. Oh, wow. That's a dude. I fucking love your views on shit because we've had these conversations so many times. But yes, cooperative network, sharing workers, sharing resources, being pro union. And thank you, Dr. Abigail. Everyone needs to share on social media when they need to poop. I feel like we used to do that more like 5 or 10 years ago. Talk about when we were pooping on social media. We should do it. Dude, I fucking love the way you think. We've had such good conversations at various points, but that whole idea of a cooperative network of cafes supporting supporting workers, supporting the establishments, being pro-union, that fucking rocks. Oh, I'm gonna have a burp out of my system. And now I'm drinking more soda water, so I'm putting a burp back into my system, but that's okay. It'll come out again later. You've been helping cafes, but you're just one guy. But dude, your fucking ideas are really good. I'm really into it. Just the various conversations we've had over the years, I've really enjoyed. I really like the way your mind works. Being able to figure out how to link it all together. Yeah. Dude, if you ever want to catch up, like, I don't know, on Discord or something, and just have a brainstorming session, I'd be bang up for that. Hellshade, what's happening? If you went to a restaurant where the staff are arrogant and obnoxious, never go. I agree. I fucking agree. But there was a whole thing of high end establishments having obnoxious staff. It was a passing thing, and it was only in particular markets, and they don't last. Oh, did you? Okay. Oh, did you don't know my Discord? I'll share the Discord. Where's my fucking Discord? Why don't I have my Discord open? There might be messages there. Sorry, I'm just going to open my Discord on my browser. Come on. Go on, Discord. Fucking load. Okay. Invite. Copy. Copy. Okay. I have an Angry Aussie Discord. I certainly do. And it's right there. That's my Discord. It's pretty low key. We just, yeah. But yeah, I find Discord easy to do like video calls and shit on. And if you wanted to set something like that up, I'd be bang up for it. Oh, I think that's you joining in the Discord, that little beep that I just got. There we go. Mofo Sign is on the Angry Oz Discord. Nice. Okay, I think I'm being really responsible. I don't have any snacks in here, but it's also a bad sign that I just thought about snacks. Yes. That's us on Discord, Mofo Sign. Hello, fellow kids. Streaky Sega. 'Tis a grievous affront when the coffee doth lag behind the fare, as if the culinary tapestry were incomplete without the dark elixir that stirs the soul. Or how my patience doth wear thin. I have to admit, at various times I've asked like ChatGPT to comment on something as if it was Shakespeare, and it's been really enjoyable, the output. It's an incredible bit of programming, ChatGPT, quite honestly. Hellshade. 15 years ago, yeah, there's a fuckload of angry stuff. Every now and then, I think of going back to doing pre-recorded videos, but not. I definitely won't do the angry shouting thing. Maybe slightly more reason, but still telling stupid people to shut the fuck up, because I still have no fucking tolerance for horrible people. It's really funny. In the last couple of weeks, I've had a few comments on really old videos, and it's kind of fun when someone watches and comments on a really old video, and I go, man, I don't even remember what I said in this video. Sometimes I rewatch it and go, what did I actually say in this video? Because I've literally uploaded thousands of videos across multiple channels. If you count the live streams, there's thousands of videos. And so when someone comments on something that's 5, 10, 15 years old, it's like, I don't fucking remember what I said in that. We'll see what it's like. I'll never run out of... I shouldn't say that, but, I feel like the world of cocktails is almost endlessly mutable. So it was, just a simple thing like I did earlier. And I just got the idea of putting a bit of sherry in a cocktail I had and liked it, and then just went, I reckon an old-fashioned with sherry would be really good. And it fucking was. So I'm definitely doing that as a video. Maybe tomorrow night. I could still do a pre-recorded video, I think, but I kind of don't want to. It would be a challenge. It would be a fun challenge. As I'm definitely half to 3/4 Tim Smith at the moment, which is to say, definitely over the legal limit. Like, I I definitely would not want to drive at the moment. In fact, even walking would present certain challenges to me at the moment, I think. But you know what? Just going to be responsible. So what's that mofo? I should get a rooster cup with a fairy tale book stacked to it. I mean, I'm intrigued. I don't know what that actually means, but I'm certainly intrigued. I will, for the moment, continue to. I've got a little bit more soda water to drink. And then I've got to decide. Oh, okay. See, dude, I've had too many cocktails to appreciate subtle wordplay like that. A rooster cup with a fairy tale would be a cocktail. Yeah. No, I'm not capable of processing that. Oh, dude, I don't have anything in this room. So many fucking snacks out in the kitchen though, both sweet and savory. And now you mention it, I've got like a bag of the double crunch chips that's probably only got crumbs left in it. I might go and get that and finish that. Hellshade, you had about 300 subs. YouTube, still go and make an occasional video. Yeah, fucking. I always found the angry videos really therapeutic. That was a really big part of doing them. Yeah, no, double crunch chips are fucking awesome. We've got the garlic bread ones. There's just a few left in the bag. It's like I open the bag and it lasts about a week. Just like during the day when I'm watching, just have a couple and try, and because you know it's very big and crunchy and hard work, so don't need a lot. All right, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go out, get some more ice. I think I need to do a pee break as well. Ooh, should I put some elevator music on while I go? I don't think I can be bothered putting a video on, like the AIDS video. Put the lo-fi on, I like that. Won't be gone that long. I think I do need a pee break though. And the next ice, my non-alcoholic beverage. I'll be back. Oh! Right, let's turn the music off. Oh, thank you. That's what happened. The elegant Aussie hath embarked on a brief sojourn to relieve the call of nature. Got some more ice, had a pee break, got my breathing apparatus, and some chips. Taking a whack at it. That was like my cyborg guts hanging out. I get it. To enjoy regular expressions. I mean, I don't know. I have some regular expressions and some irregular expressions. Oh shit! I just thought of something. Why did I get paid money into my bank account? Oh, that was my Medicare rebate. Yeah. Okay. Because I went to see the doctor today. How much money do I have? Less than I want to. Cool. That's always good. Deep sigh. And we'll log off that banking app. But for some reason that just reminded me. I wonder if it's too fuck. I wonder if it's too late to do my fucking U-Foods. Did I fuck this up? That must be on the other browser. What if I fuck this up and they're going to deliver me stuff I don't want to fucking eat? Friday, March 29th. No, I think I can still do it. Edit. Okay, got to do this. Fuck off. Jesus Christ. Spaghetti roll, no. Satay chicken, no. Roast chicken, no. Parmesan chicken with cauliflower, no. Hate cauliflower. Carbonara, yes. Chicken Kiev, yes. Roast chicken. Barbecue pork and chips. No. Roast beef and chips, no. Slow cooked lamb. Lamb fettuccine. New. I'm honestly going to have to try that. Chicken Alfredo, butter chicken, lasagna. I do have a weak spot for lasagna. Katsu curry, shredded beef ravioli, beef korma, mushroom and chicken totally. Oh, that appears to be it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That seems to be only 6. Oh, wait, 7. All right, that's fine. Yes. Okay, confirm my order. Fuck yeah. And, man, Jesus Christ, I had to do that in the next 2 hours. God damn. I'll just reiterate, if you're in Australia, I can send free food to you. And I also get some money back. So, YouTube star dies of cervical cancer, age 36. Damn. Ooh, who's this on Twitch? Bambi Ms. Hello. What do I think of the idea of parasocial relationships? They're a mistake. For anyone unfamiliar with the term, that's a parasocial relationship is the illusion that when you watch or interact with someone on social media, you have an actual genuine relationship with them. They're psychologically damaging them. What a delight to behold! Thou hast graced our presence with the bounty of double crunched chips. Savory temptation doth titillate the taste buds and invigorate the soul. Should thou seeketh a discount upon new foods, and lo and behold, the esteemed elegant Aussie doth possess a code, key to unlock treasures of savings. Yes. Oh, actually, Mofo Sign, that's an excellent term. A parasocialist. I love the idea of that. But there's really just like crumbs left in this. Does this noise count as ASMR or is it too loud? A few little bits in here. Bambi writing a book about a hacktivist with a parasocial relationship. There are many and varied and complex parasocial relationships in the world. Also, parasocial relationships tend to be very uneven and be perceived differently by the different parties in the parasocial relationship. The only ASMR you get off that is wanting snacks. Honestly, it's really yummy. I've resisted snacking for like 2 hours. Now I have a little bit of that. It's like, that's super fucking yummy. Plus, I have a shit ton of other snacks out there, which is really bad. Alas, my heart doth sink with disappointment, naught but crumbs. But they're such tasty crumbs. Started making an ARG, augmented reality game. That sounds very interesting. Because I think a lot of the shit and hype about AI is bullshit and hype and will die away in a couple of years. We may get something useful as a remnant, but I genuinely think augmented reality stands a chance of being a really big deal in the next 5 to 10 years. Because I think it could actually be useful. Mofo, if being parasocial means having different perspective of connection with each other's, I don't know that that's what parasocial means. And yes, you can use philosophy to ruin every worldview, definitely. Okay, Bambi, hear you out. Imagine a hacker is in your PC watching you and knowing you through internet history. That would be very interesting because I feel like the hacker would think they know the real you, but they would still be seeing you through a filter and through their perception. I think you've got a very interesting idea there. A hacker developing a parasocial relationship with someone whose computer they have hacked. I think you've got a genuinely interesting idea there. And I'm just eating little bits of crunchy chips. All right. I think I have a bit more non-alcoholic beverage, actually. Sobering up a little bit. It wouldn't hurt for me to sober up a little bit more. And then maybe I will drink some booze. Because it's Friday night. I think you're onto something, Bambi, quite honestly. Loogie, ARG with voice integrated AI hooked up to a neural implant. Boom, new matrix. Is a stalker a parasocial relationship? I think that's going to depend on various interpretations. Oh, viewers have parasocial relationships with streamers. That's the epitome of a parasocial relationship. It isn't a real relationship, but people can feel like it is. Getting the last few crumbs out of that bag. And that's really fucking yummy. And I've got to be controlled because they have a whole unopened bag of double crunch barbecue chips. At least last few crumbs. I've done. It's So you can say you remember Microsoft showing off augmented reality glasses with the Xbox. There's a lot of, and I mean a huge amount of potential with augmented reality. Games are one aspect. Ah, Bambi asking me what Discord relations do even work. See, I'm not an expert on what the definition of parasocial relationships are. Let's look it up because we can do that. Define parasocial relationship. Scholarly articles. What's the meaning of a parasocial relationship? Involving or relating to a connection between a person and someone they do not know personally. Okay. So by this definition, a parasocial relationship is the feeling of a relationship or a connection between a person and someone they do not actually know personally. Celebrity, character in a book, an online personality. So by that extension, your question, Mofo, about is a stalker a parasocial relationship? The answer would be yes. You're doing it through a story, which I think is great. Does the YouTube AI have a parasocial relationship with us? Not really. Just viewers of YouTube videos have a parasocial relationship with the creators of YouTube videos. The YouTube AI has no will or desire. It's an algorithm, has programmatic limits. Pat, what did you put on the Discord? Am I streaming tonight? Oh, Pat's putting a wrestling video. Holy shit! Okay. You can say you've got to go see it. This is actually really funny. Pat put this video on Discord. I feel like this guy made a mistake. I'm gonna play it though, because this was wild. Yeah, Pat Badass with a capital B. I need to share this because this was pretty fucking funny, quite honestly. Does this look like? Yep, that's looking good. So watch this. Like that guy tried to scare Pat and it didn't work at all. And Pat straight up made him flinch. Nice. Bambi, you asked AI if it had a parasocial relationship with us. GPT said it's the other way around. I think that's correct. The people using the large language models can have a parasocial relationship with it. And Lugi. Yeah, there's a script. You're right. Mofo sign. Parasocial exists for the AI VTuber. I know. How hardcore was the vibe Pat gave out there? Mofo can have quite strong feelings for waifus and husband. Yeah, it's the viewer has the parasocial relationship with the streamer. Hey, Zach, how are you? I'm not sure what either that emoji or that text means, but I'm old. So, stuff gets by me. So you might have to explain shit to me. is all I'm saying. It's like I ate the crumbs out of that chip bag. How long can I resist going out and getting other snacks? Because I actually have some really fucking good snacks out there. I kind of don't want to do it because that would be bad, but also I do want to do it because I'm weak-willed and bad. So we do what we do. But Pat, that video is genuinely funny. That guy tried to make you flinch and it didn't work, and you did it back. It was incredible. And that's why we love you, big guy. Okay. Okay, I want to do this one. Who the hell are you challenging to a one-on-one, Pat? I fucking love it. There's this one. Where are we? On the Discord. We will screen this.
With the big rig and a JXCV legend. Big Pat, say good day, Big Pat. Hello. What do you have a message for Canby?
One-on-one.
One-on-one.
Me.
Look out, Canby.
Look out.
Look, Pat's just out there laying it down and scaring people, challenging them to one-on-ones. They don't stand a chance. Oh, Pat, you're killing it. Sorry, Discord. I just love it. It's just like Pat's just fucking with people and winning. That just you got nothing. Good call, Loogie. If you were 2 years younger, you take him. Yeah. I'm just saying. Also, just in case anyone from law enforcement is watching, and those videos of Pat reminded them of descriptions they'd got from underworld figures who'd survived a massacre where 10 people were killed and there was one survivor, and they tried to describe the person who did it, and it kind of the description kind of sounds like Pat. That's just not real. Pat is not the most feared killer in the Australian underworld crime scene. But those are some killer videos. Law enforcement, don't forget the mouse jiggler. Not a mouse jiggler. Dr. Abigail, your keyboard lights are out. No idea how long they've been out. Can't make out a single key. Oh, you're still typing. Yeah, touch typing. You don't need to see. Whereas I'm the opposite. I'm a visual typer. I'll be sitting there typing and I can't see what's on the screen. I can type pretty fast two-fingered. I quite surprise people sometimes with how fast I can two-finger type. But I would much prefer to be able to touch type, but I never learned. The funniest thing to me about not being able to touch type and just to look at the keyboard and do the two-finger thing, I can feel when I've hit the wrong key. It just feels wrong. Hey, Micro, how you doing? We're just seeing Pat freaking people out in the wrestling world. Because that's what our man does. On-screen keyboard. That's wild. And of course, you can have some visual interface as well. And this is also an augmented reality thing. Some of those augmented reality glasses work just on eye movements, and you can look and go that, and you can type with eye movements. There's also Elon Musk claiming, like, they released a video this week of someone with one of his brain chips playing chess with their mind. And it's just like, I don't know, every other publicity release for an Elon Musk company in the last 5 years has been a fucking lie. So I'm just kind of assuming this is a lie as well, because he's a fucking liar. He's a lying liar who tells lies. Look, you built into every version of Windows in the accessibility session. There you go. You want an on-screen keyboard when you're lazy? Yeah. I mean, I think it exists. It's a whole thing. So, Pat, what was that poster? Big Pat versus Tommy. Has anyone ever gotten a metal furnace? Someone has a 3D printer who used it to create molds that he used a metal furnace to make metal jewelry. Right. That's interesting. Because if you're doing stuff with casting metal jewelry, you have to have a very specific mold. There's the old thing called the lost wax method of molding, which I've always been fascinated with. It's when you carve something out of wax and then you dip it in plaster or something like that and get multiple layers. And then you heat it. And so the wax melts out and then you've got a mold. And yeah, then you pour metal into it and you get a good casting. So I don't know. Bambi, do I think Elon would read your book? If the book sucks up to him and has Nazi shit in it, he'll be all over it. You can get some specialized, expensive 3D printers that essentially print in metal. That sounds like the voice of Experience Micro. Blowtorch and a mold. And yes, you can actually turn a microwave into a furnace if you're creative enough and have a low enough opinion of safety. Melt down an old lamp maker. You can melt down all sorts of things. Strictly say you're a teacher for blind people with braille keyboards. Neat. Accessibility. And again, I've seen some things, braille readers that are sort of fluid where like touching everything and it's a screen reader and the braille just moves over the fingertips. That's friggin' amazing. Look, Bambi, do it. If you suck up to Elon, he is so desperate and needy. He panders to the worst people in the world because they suck up to him. So basically, you just got to do something where you suck up to him and for good measure, throw some Nazi or white supremacist shit in and he'll be all over it. Are you talking to BMurpho Sign? Do I have a beefy GPU? Kinda. I have not tried a local LLM though. I reckon it could happen, Bambi. Get Elon to have a parasocial relationship with you. I like that idea, Loogie. When you're turning your microwave into a furnace, safety's more of a suggestion. I do remember watching a video on YouTube. Someone had made like this backyard furnace and was melting aluminium down and pouring it into casts. And he did do this one thing, like he'd made a cast in sand and whatnot, but it wasn't very stable. He was holding it and he poured this molten aluminium into it and it overflowed and he kind of tilted it and a blob of molten aluminium sort of went to the side and then solidified. But it was not that far off pouring molten aluminium onto his hand. And I was looking at the comments and there was some really upset people talking about how this guy was just doing such incredibly unsafe stuff, and they were so upset about him. And I was like, well, okay, yes, technically everything you're saying is correct, but it's just really fun watching this guy do just horrifically dangerous things. Like just using a cake tin as a mold. It was like a fancy cake tin, and he was melting aluminum cans and then pouring it into this mold. But the mold had a non-stick surface on it that when molten aluminium was poured on it, kind of burst into flames and was probably setting off really toxic smoke. And people were trying to say this, like, you are straight up going to kill yourself doing that. And it's just like, you know what? He's doing crazy shit. Let him. Are they called active braille readers? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And yes, I've seen those things, the braille typers. There's only 9 keys and they push them in a particular thing. Oh, yes. Okay. Dr. Abigail, you want to describe a microwave furnace. I want to hear it. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say we're also probably going to get the smiling assassin establishing an alibi when I put that link out there. But I do actually want to hear about a microwave furnace. I've seen videos of people creating plasma in microwaves, which sounds really dangerous. So you discovered a super fun thing. Drink excessively, then stop. Really fucks with the body. Get alcohol-induced insomnia. Yeah, alcohol and sleep, not good. Oh, that's weird. Oh, sorry, I was about to say, why was that working? I was just getting this pink square, but there you are, Dr. Abigail. But no audio. Okay, so the video was weird for a moment, but we have no more. Yes, 1 minute. Well, I get primitive sign language, not Auslan or anything complex, but things like hold your horses. And I'm not saying I'm Nostradamus, but I can predict it. How you doing, Pat?
Oh, good. How are you?
Those videos you put on the Discord were boss, mate. I love them. Those were so
Thank
good.
you. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing them. I really like them. Still can't hear you, Dr. Abigail, just by the by.
Yeah, that day, I got a reasoning.
Yeah.
But face to face.
You with that guy you were challenging? Are you going to do a face to face with the guy you were challenging? Yeah.
Yes. I'm missing that man. You know who won? It's me.
You did, yeah.
I won. We down. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 1.
Yeah. I will tell you when we can hear you, Dr. Abigail, but we can't hear you yet. So that's a whole thing. Keep trying. Mofo sign. Am I using the basic plan? I am paying for it. So it's not. I think there's 3 tiers. There's basic, which is free, where you can just stream. And now I can hear you. Yeah.
Hey!
Hey, doggy.
Cool. I was just going to keep singing until someone could hear me.
No, that was. You were going to tell us about a microwave furnace.
Microwave furnace. Oh, yeah. Okay. So silicon carbide absorbs microwave energy. And you can capitalize that by using a silicon carbide crucible.
Okay.
So you need to make so you can either make or buy a silicon carbide crucible, and you need to buy a bunch of ceramic it's the stuff they line furnaces with, that ceramic carpeting stuff. It goes up to like hundreds of degrees Celsius. Buy a bunch of that and a respirator.
Yes.
Ah!
Probably some
and a
toxic
knife
gas.
and a knife sharpener because it's you're cutting ceramic, and
Yeah.
you make like a little kiln thing,
Mhm.
and what you have to do is you get like you got to get some chemicals because you don't just get it wet. You get silicon carbide powder, the finer the better,
Mhm.
and a mixture of some chemicals. I don't know the exact chemicals off the top of my head. And you actually coat the inside. You make these ring structures out of the uh, insulation, ceramic insulation, and you coat the inside of it with the silicon carbon stuff, and then you let it dry. And what it does, it makes rings of silicon carbide
Yeah.
inside the insulation, and then you tape the outside with Kapton tape, and you're essentially making a kiln, and you like wash it with a kiln wash and all that to protect it.
Mhm.
And so what you're doing is, firstly, you're insulating your microwave from the intense heat, and you're setting it up so that the silicon carbide inside captures all that microwave radiation.
Right.
So the rings on the inside of the insulation captures all that energy,
Yeah.
keeps it in there, and the crucible, it like holds whatever you're melting. And
Okay.
you don't have to use the crucible. That's what the rings are for. But if
Mhm.
you've got a crucible, you don't need the rings. But
Mm.
basically, your setup is a bunch of this. I forget what they call it. I'm gonna look it up, but it's like it's ceramic fiber sheets.
Right.
And you understood what I meant with that. It's like this white ceramic fiber sheet, and they
Yeah.
use it to insulate traditional traditional furnaces
Yeah.
that they blast
Yeah. I've seen the
butane
inside of
or
furnaces, so I know the sort of thing
yeah,
you're talking.
it's all insulated with this ceramic fiber sheeting, and you can
Mm.
just buy it. It's pretty cheap, and you just cut it and you shape it into shape it to a size that fits in your microwave.
Yeah.
And the important part is the silicon carbide.
Right.
And I'm looking this up. You mix it with what is it? Oh, I don't even know. Boric acid, I think.
All right. So Lubie's
And
saying a colloquial term for it is fire brick.
fire brick, yeah. Yeah, fair enough. I haven't
I'm
heard
not
that
bored
term, but
making a drink. I'm enthralled in making a drink.
so yeah, the dangerous part is when you take your molten metal out
I
and you've
imagine
got
that is
molten
dangerous.
metal. That is
Yes.
the dangerous part.
Yeah.
The dangerous part is not in well, I mean, when you're constructing it, you're dealing with ceramic particles in the air. That's what the respirator's for. And like when you're actually using it, the microwaving part, you don't just blast it on. You actually have to cycle it. Like you put it on for a minute, let it rest for a couple of minutes. Put it on for a
Yeah.
minute, let it rest for a couple of minutes. Shit like that. That's actually not very dangerous at all.
Yeah.
The danger, because if you've made your kiln properly, it'll be fine. Like
Yeah.
the silicon carbide can get up to ridiculous temperatures. Capped on tape,
Yeah.
it will be fine. It can go up. You got to make sure you get the not the cheap stuff. Get get the stuff that's rated for 250 degrees.
Yeah.
And yeah, ceramic that's ceramic. What's it called? Fire brick. Yeah, will survive a nuclear blast or whatever it does.
So, I'm not
Doesn't
sure what
actually use the microwave yet. No, it uses a microwave oven.
Mm,
The premise is the silicon carbide absorbs microwave energy. So you are
right.
converting the energy from your microwave into heat. And so
So you have a kiln there. Yeah.
so you're turning your microwave into a kiln. So that the silicon carbide absorbs those microwaves, re-emits them as infrared, which is heat, and you're trapping them in the kiln with the ceramic.
Yeah. Yeah. And as you say,
And
it's
and
not the kiln
it'll
that's
come
made
out
the molten wood.
glowing bright red
Yeah.
because it's at 500, 600 degrees.
Yeah. Well, it's like this video with this guy, and he was just using fire to make a kiln, and literally this thing where he melting aluminium cans into
Yep.
liquid and then pouring them into molds. But he was holding the mold at one point and moved it and just tilted, and you saw this blob of molten aluminium slurp towards his hand and solidify
God.
at the edge of the mold. And
Yeah, okay.
so it was
Fuck.
just barely solidified before it slopped off. And he was wearing some sort of gloves, but I kind of feel like molten aluminium would have burnt straight through the gloves he was
They were
wearing.
probably welder's gloves or
Yeah,
something
they
like
were probably
that.
welding gloves. And I feel like
Yeah.
the molten aluminium would have burnt straight through them. And that was the
Yeah.
people freaked out at. Like, you just picked up that mold and moved it. And that was mind-bendingly dangerous. But you even saw it just sort of go glop and solidify just before it got his hand. Pretty wild.
Yeah. That's
Oh,
not what I'm
yeah.
talking about, Micro.
Yeah,
Is that the person you're going to wrestle, Pat?
no, I said I said that you.
Oh,
yesterday.
that's the movie. That's the movie.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, that's a little weird. That's a little weird.
So I'm talking about ceramic fiber blanket. Google ceramic fiber blanket.
So I feel like the
ceramic
two
fiber insulation blanket.
Yeah. I feel like the two aren't completely unrelated, but I think the fire bricks
Yeah.
are literally where you just build a kiln with them.
Yeah.
And Dr. Abigail's talking about a thing that you adapt. So theoretically, you can do the mind-bendingly dangerous thing of turning a microwave into a furnace.
Yeah, and you kind of like tip your microwave on the side so that it's taller than wider.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
And yeah, it's doable. It's not that dangerous, really. The dangerous part is not the microwave part. It's the hot
it's the
part.
molten metal. Yeah.
Yeah, and people do that every day. So
Yeah, they do.
not
Although
minor.
a really dangerous thing that some people do, they actually take parts out of microwaves, and they do this thing where they're kind of creating circuits. They I forget exactly how they do it, but they take parts out of microwaves and then touch them to wood, and you get like this lightning pattern that burns.
Oh, the magnetron.
Yeah,
because they've got a powerful magnetron and transformer inside them.
Yeah.
So again, only dangerous if you don't understand how they work.
but
because
multiple
remember-
people have been killed doing that shit.
Yeah, of course, because they didn't know how they work or what the fuck they were doing.
And it's like if the two bits touch, or if they touch the wrong
Yeah.
surface,
And it takes
you're either
it takes-
really badly burnt or instantly killed.
it takes like a good half an hour, sometimes an hour, depending on the size of the magnetron and the transformer for them to discharge. So like, and if you're talking about like a commercial microwave oven, it could be like way more powerful than your typical domestic microwave oven. So, yeah, don't mess around with that
No.
shit if you don't know what you're doing.
No. There are videos
Oh,
on
yeah.
YouTube of people saying, "Oh, here's how you do it," and you get this great lightning pattern in wood. And yeah, people have been straight up killed doing it. But
Yeah, but you know, it was people who made microwaves, so they're no more dangerous than that. You know, people who
yeah,
made them are the same people who can take them apart and use the components.
Yeah.
It's the
but
people
it's
who
just like,
don't understand
yeah,
how they work and the dangers
yeah.
involved that
It's
get killed.
yeah. It's the classic.
And
A little knowledge is a dangerous thing.
yes, and micro, I'm talking about a DIY microwave
A
kiln
DIY microwave kiln where you're going.
and microwave
Okay.
furnace, especially. Yeah.
Oh, nice. There you go. But it's
Oh,
very
yeah.
interesting what you're trying to Google. So what are you doing,
Yeah.
Pat?
You know, my worker,
Yeah.
my worker Francis card book. You that.
What did your worker do? Okay, that's just
Oh
some random colors on a screen. I'm not.
no,
Also,
that's a car
Car.
that looks like it's been totaled.
Yeah, that's my worker's Francis car.
Damn,
Crashed.
that looks
Oof,
nasty.
Yeah,
Oof,
yeah.
oof.
You not died. Son Francis not died.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Well, I hope they're okay.
Yeah,
Because
they're
that looks a
alright.
bit nasty.
Micro, if I
Yeah,
had that
it's
attitude,
alright.
I have done far less projects in my life. But also
You gotta stop that.
I'm very safety conscious and I know what I'm doing. So
Yeah.
and I've researched the fuck out of things before I do them.
Yeah. But literally,
So your mileage may vary.
that thing with the microwave is literally people find a thing online. You can pull these components out of a microwave and make them do this.
with them.
And they go,
Yeah.
oh, okay. And they're holding the two bits with no installation. And
Yeah, like it's pretty straightforward to turn the transformer in a microwave into a really, really good spot welder.
yeah,
But if you do it and you don't know what you're doing, then you will die. You will
Yep.
just die.
Yeah.
Like you don't even have to turn it on. You'll just die.
yeah.
You'll wake up one morning and oh, I'm dead.
Yeah.
I'm being dramatic, but
yeah, but there's an Australian
weird.
YouTuber I know, and like Anne Reardon, who has a cooking channel, and it kind of expanded into people are sending her all this stuff like, hey, I saw this cooking hack on TikTok or something. Does this actually work? So she regularly does these debunking videos where it's like some bullshit that was in a viral video. Does it actually work? And she goes, okay, well, let's try it and do the. And she did one on the thing with the microwave transformer shit, and she's just highlighting the number of people who got killed.
Oh
doing
yeah.
it.
Oh, and micro, Adam Savage from Tested and Mythbusters, he fucking had a huge accident recently, last year on his table saw, taught all the nerds a lesson and himself. Like, I'm well aware accidents happen to the best people. I know. I've had accidents. I know. It's yeah, you always have to be careful. Always have to be safety conscious. He was cutting something on his table saw and he slipped and almost cut off his thumb. It was brutal.
Oh. You know my dad cut the arm where they're there. Not much.
Yep.
I mean my sister. You know, my sister go. my dad go, duck, you'll fix. You know,
Yeah.
you know that.
But yes,
Thank you,
the
Micro.
thing
I
is,
appreciate that.
when you're doing stuff, the more dangerous the thing you're doing,
Oh, you got to have a
the
huge respect.
tiny lapse in concentration.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
Yeah,
it's a whole thing.
Yeah, as much as I say, as much as I say I do all these dangerous things, I always have safety first. Always.
Yeah, it's kind of like another YouTube channel I like, the Slow Mo guys. These two British guys who years ago invested in incredibly expensive slow motion cameras, and
They get
it's
they got their money back on that so much.
oh yeah, I mean they actually their cameras were used in the second Robert Downey Sherlock Holmes movie because the
Oh,
people
really?
making it wanted some special shots with slow mo, and they went, how much does one of these cameras cost? And they were fans of the slow mo guys, and they literally called them up and said, if we paid you $100,000 to come on and do this, would you do it? And they went, yep. And it's like, cool.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, to a movie production, it's a no-brainer because they
Yeah.
they don't buy a lot of stuff they use anyway.
yeah. So they literally hired them instead of paying $250,000, $500,000 to buy the camera and then have to find someone who could use it. Just called them up and said, "Can we rent you for a couple of days for $100,000?" And
Yeah.
so they did. But they need stuff because one of the guys, God, I forgot the name, not Gav, but he's ex-military. Like they're always doing stuff with guns and explosions and shit. And they're actually pretty open and direct that the one guy is ex-military and knows weapons and explosives. But they're very serious about safety when they do stuff. And they actually make a point of putting the safety stuff into the videos. Like we're doing this up and they're calling out all the things like, clear, about to fire. They're not just cowboying that shit. They're really meticulous with the safety on it.
I just read Luigi's comment about the welder and 70 amps. That is terrifying. One amp scares me.
Oof.
Let alone if I'm using something that's running at 70 amps, I don't even think I'd be brave enough to use it, to be honest.
Oof.
That's terrifying.
Oh,
A little bit of pee came out when I read that. That's terrifying.
Yeah. I strictly saying with the inside knowledge, yeah, the whole budget and expenditure on movies is weird and regularly seems to be somewhat criminal where they rent their own things and whatnot. Which always brings me back to Roger Corman, the famous low-budget film director who gave us so many A-list directors like Steven Spielberg and Joe Dante and a few others, where Corman was just like, I never lose money, because everyone else has all these artistic goals. My goal is always I don't lose money when I do a thing. And the one time he did something with a major studio, they pulled all their accounting bullshit to fuck him over. And he was like, okay, I know I made a lot of money doing this, but you bastards have pulled all this legalese and accounting fuckery to screw me over. So I'm never working with a major studio again. I don't care that you said, oh, Roger, instead of having a couple $100,000 or maybe $1 million to make a movie, wouldn't you like $20 million? And he said, yes, I would. And he said, okay. So he did it. And he did a thing that made a profit. But then the studio said, no, sorry, it made a loss. And he's going like, fuck you, it made a loss. I don't make losses. That's my whole thing. And so he just worked out that the big studios were all criminals, and was the thing.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
Zafa has joined the chat.
He has been on the train. You were in Oh, you went to the Garden Festival. Neat.
That's near where I live.
Yeah, it is, and I can see it from where I work. Yeah, and this
I
is
can
also
see it from where I live.
that's
Like
vibing
literally
me
out of my front window.
because we are at this time of year is the 4-year anniversary of when COVID got serious. Like more or less exactly 4 years ago, everything shut down. I think I was seeing from my Facebook memories a week or two ago was when I started working from home. Um,
Yeah,
uh,
okay.
but what was funny is because the flower show is always on at the same time as the comedy festival, and I could see them setting up the flower show for about 2 weeks. I was like,
Oh,
"Yeah,
yeah.
you know this isn't going to happen, right?"
That's a bit ambitious. Yeah.
But it was also I understood why they did it because the people who were contracted to set it up was like, so long as we set it up, we get paid. We get paid for setting it up, and then if they cancel it, we get paid for taking it down again. And so we're setting it up, and so yeah, over the last couple of weeks, um, I've seen some very interesting Facebook memories. Like because I was it's very interesting when I posted something like, okay, everything's going to get shut down in the next week. And people in the comments, really? Do you really think that's going to happen? Because it was unprecedented. And I was like, oh no, it's happening. If it doesn't happen tomorrow, it's happening next week. Every fucking thing's getting shut down. And sure enough, it happened. Oh yes, and the F1, the year they cancelled the F1, they waited till like the last day before they said,
Yes.
no, we literally cannot have thousands of people here. But yeah, it's really interesting to see all the social media posts from the early days of COVID and seeing
See,
because
this
it's
is what
absolutely
I'm missing out on
unprecedented.
not being on Facebook, apparently.
Oh, I love it. Just this time of year, seeing my Facebook memories from the unfurling of COVID. And it's just like, yep, it's fucked up. I'm hanging out for a bit later in the year. I'll get the memories of the first time we had a curfew because I remember when that was announced, going, man, that's a fucking thing, isn't it? Like literally saying, don't leave your house. I was
Yeah.
like after 6 p.m. you can't leave. Wow, that's fucking full on, isn't it?
I just remember saying, like, cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like you enjoyed the first year of isolation. Micro's on board with
great.
Yeah,
Micro. Yeah, you and me both.
Yeah.
It was
and then you think gamers not check.
it was
Yeah,
a
my
magical
offspring, like all through COVID, my offspring was still living in the house, and they were just online all the time. They were gaming, they were streaming, they were talking to their friends. All like from this end of the house, I'd be up the other end of the house, and young Mr. Angry was not quite so vocal. Young Ms. Angry is an aggressive gamer. I would just hear her screaming with, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
She was
Well,
a very aggressive gamer.
The best thing about it was that not just like because my social life was already online, but also suddenly all my essential services became online as well. It was the golden age of the introvert. It was amazing, and I fucking loved it.
Golden age for the introvert and people with disabilities. And I remember seeing this about 2 years ago when they stopped streaming stuff and stopped making stuff online. Because I have a lot of friends with disabilities and a lot of online friends with disabilities, and they were saying, why the fuck do you just not have that as an option? You were doing it as a necessity for a couple of years. Why the fuck did you cut it out as an option? Because I can't travel and go to that venue and I can't, but I could participate online. And you've just arbitrarily gone, oh, we're not doing the online aspect anymore. And it's like, fuck you. There was a couple of years where people with disabilities were on close to a level footing with less disabled people, and then there was this thing where people just went, oh, we're just not doing that anymore. And it's just like, well, why the fuck
Yep.
not? And I've even through my work thing, because I have to do these seminars occasionally, and still 80-90% of them have an online element. It's like, cool, let's do that. Every now and then someone will do one, I go, oh, that seems an important thing, and then they go like, there's no online option, this is an in-person. And I've messaged them and going and asked, what the fuck are you talking about? Why do you not just have an online option? Because it's no trouble. And they just go, oh, we just don't want to, we think the in-person. And I'm like, oh, fuck you.
Yeah.
I don't want to be in a big room full of people.
Hey, naughty boy.
Yes, Micro, we don't say trash. Trash is, we know what you mean when you say trash, but we say rubbish.
Yeah, it's not very common here.
We might call people trash and say you're trash, but we don't refer to our garbage as trash. It's not trash day, it's garbage day. It's not a trash bin, it's a garbage bin. But
it's not a trash it's not a trash house, it's a trash home.
Yes.
Sorry, that took me way too long. Mofo, you are recyclable. Great.
Yeah. I think that's an old Onion article. It's not a crack house, it's a crack home.
It's a crack home, yes. Sulfur does make a good point. It can be difficult to set up Teams and Zoom calls.
They can be very awkward. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah.
With people not knowing when to talk and what not.
Oh, look, not just that, but just setting up the call. The amount of times that I've been like on the receiving end of a Zoom call from a group of people who just weren't tech literate.
Yeah.
And if I was in the room, shit'd be fine. But that would defeat the point of the Zoom call. Yeah, exactly. I mean, not that I was the only person on the Zoom call, but it was it is a legit thing.
Yeah. Yep. I'm also now just remembering the old lawyer with "I'm not a cat."
Yes.
The glory days, all the awesome things that happened on broadcast media during lockdown when they were doing stuff via webcam. Like that guy, the BBC's expert, whose toddler kids came in behind him while he was talking.
Yes.
And his wife sort of tries to commando crawl across the floor and grab the kids and drag them out. And it was live. It just kept going on. And it was so good.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Also,
I saw that.
Micro, super credibility if you say herb rather than herb, because I think both Australians and English people get driven somewhat crazy by Americans saying herb. And they don't say it in a lazy way. I can't be bothered saying herb. They say herb with a really hard E. And it's just like, do you not see that letter at the start of the word?
It's like there's a few Americanisms I can live with. Like, I've come to understand fall versus autumn, like it's fine.
Yeah.
But herb versus herb drives me up the fucking wall.
Yeah.
And my biggest and aluminum versus
aluminum's
aluminium.
Another one. Yeah.
Oh, my biggest, absolutely number one at the top is solder instead of solder.
Oh yes,
there's an entire consonant. There's an L. It's not silent.
That's weird.
Oh, it drives me insane.
It's very weird.
My son uses Z instead of Z.
A lot of Zoomers and young millennials do,
I want to just slap him.
because
Yeah.
of just the cultural thing. But yeah, you don't say Home Depot, you say Home Depot. That's 50-50 here. You get some people would
Yeah.
say depot and some people would
Depot,
say depot.
Yeah.
It's the same as you get some people here say castle, some say castle. That's a regional
People who say
thing here.
castle, especially British people who say castle, I just want to punch them in the face
Yeah.
until they say castle properly.
But in
that's
Australia,
just me.
it's a regional
And you
thing.
do you, boo.
Yeah. It's very weird. I love it, Lukey. You're saying you say herb just to piss people off, and it's really funny. Well, it works.
Yeah.
It completely works. Yeah, but it's funny when I found out there was a thing on TikTok. I don't know, about a year or so ago with it wasn't just Americans. I think it was Brits as well, trying to understand why do Australians say no when they mean no, and they were spelling it N-A-U-R, like no, and it was like, and we're just going, do we say that? And I was trying to explain to people there's a difference between nah and no. Like no is literally just saying the answer to the question is no. Nah is like, what the fuck? Why did you even ask that?
Yeah, for sure.
It's just a heavy no. It's like, no, you goddamn idiot. Why did you ask that? My personal favorite thing is explaining to people the difference between yeah, nah, and nah, yeah.
Oh, man, that's weird.
And you don't have to explain it to yourself, but tell people like, yeah, nah means no. And what that is the yeah is, I'm just taking on board you said something really fucking stupid, and my answer is no. So yeah, nah is like, okay, yeah, you just said something dumb as shit, and my answer is no. But no, yeah, it's when you're agreeing with someone and they go, don't you hate it when you go no, and the no is to anyone who does that is really annoying and you don't like them, and the yeah is agreeing with the person who just said the thing to you. And watching people's eyes glaze over as you explain yeah, nah, and nah, yeah to them is so much fun.
Growing up with it, you just get it, and no
It's
one
innate.
explains
Everyone in
it to you.
Australia, you don't have to explain it. If you go yeah, nah, and nah, yeah, people know what you're saying.
I think the best. Oh, I'm getting an echo from something.
Oh, okay. I'm not yet.
It's very distracting.
Oh, okay. I'm not hearing it, so I don't know.
Anyway, the best part of Australianisms that I love is the unspoken, unknown, but just every Australian gets it rule that when you're making up some sort of tall tale to a foreigner, that it doesn't matter where in the world you are, doesn't matter who you're talking to, and how far removed you are from the original teller of the tall tale, any other Aussie will back you up on it.
Oh yeah,
It's just so brilliant. I fucking love it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fair. Yeah, the backing up of the outlandish stories.
Yeah, just for the gag, just
yeah,
just for the lols. It's great.
Probably my favorite is when some people get off put by Australians' casualness with calling someone a cunt. And I said, oh, and you're talking about your mate and you can't. I say, you also need to understand, if there's like two or more people and you're like in a pub and you're already chatting and someone who no one likes is coming up and is going to join the group and everyone's like, ugh. Someone, as they approach, one person will point to someone, oh, here's your mate. It's like, you know what I said. Whereas if there's the group of people at the pub and they're talking and someone everyone likes comes up, they'll go, "Oh, who let this cunt in?"
See,
you actually only say it to someone you
Aussies and
don't like.
Scots.
Yes,
Aussies
Scott.
and Scots.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
You only say it to someone you don't like if you're trying to start a fight, like because it is very confrontational. When you're talking about someone who's not there, it's casual. But if you're saying it to someone's face, you are literally going, "Try me, just fucking try me."
Yep.
Do we have oil underground? Yes, we have oil and minerals. So it's actually a wonder we haven't had a lot of freedom inflicted on us.
But we're too busy paying rich people to
take it
exploit
all.
poor people, to take it all out of the ground, and to sell it to people overseas and not give us back any of the money that they earned from selling it.
Yeah,
Aren't we great?
I'm genuinely surprised we haven't had more freedom inflicted on us.
We're also allies with freedom makers.
Yeah, I guess we voluntarily actually surrendered most of it.
Yes, we loved freedom so much we allied with freedom.
Yeah.
In the 50s, I believe.
We have literally let oligarchs just take stuff that they had no right to, and then they complain that there's any tax. It's like when Gina Reinhardt's complaining about taxes, going, "Okay, walk the fuck away, you piece of shit. Just walk away.
Yeah.
I will run your entire mining operation. I will let the government take 90% of the revenue in tax, okay? And I will still be 1,000 times better off than I am now. So fuck you, you horrible, greedy piece of..." Like, she literally talked about if I was allowed to get virtual slave labor from Africa, that would show up all these people who want a living wage. Those sounds came out of her mouth hole. And it's just like,
what a piece of shit.
You're a piece of shit.
She is an actual piece of shit.
Yeah. Oh, Manifest Destiny. Oh, God. Okay, Mrs. Angry and I have been watching this cowboy western series, 1883. It's like people going on the Oregon Trail and whatnot. It's good TV. It's good drama. Its storyline is linked. There was the series Yellowstone with Kevin Costner, which was really popular. And then they did a prequel series called 1923, which was the ancestors of the people in Yellowstone. And then it's like, that worked well. So then they did a prequel to 1923 called 1883, which was again a previous generations of this family, the Duttons, following the Oregon Trail to set themselves up. But what's funny, conservatives apparently really love these shows because it's like cowboys, guns, Manifest Destiny. And I've watched it and go, it's also strong women characters, empathy for Native Americans, black characters being given more. It's like you all get blinded by cowboys and guns, and there's this stealth progressive narrative going in underneath it. I enjoy watching it because it's just really quite well made stuff. The guy who writes, the creator, writer, directs a lot of episodes. He originally did a couple of movies. There was one called Hell or High Water, which is about these brothers who were getting fucked over by the brothers in Texas, getting fucked over by the banks. So they end up being bank robbers. And it's hilarious because they own this property in Texas, which could be really successful. Like, there's oil on their property. If they had the money to set up rigs, they could make a fortune, but they don't. And the bank's going to foreclose on them and fuck them over and make a lot of money. So they actually become bank robbers. And the money they make from the bank robberies, they then go into the banks and pay off their mortgage. It's real, like, fuck the man stuff. And it's just a good action movie. Chris Pine's in it. Chris Pine's the lead in it. And he also wrote
Pat got a job.
I know. He's established his alibi, and now someone's about to breathe their last. And
Yep.
so, yes, if anyone from any law enforcement agency says, this guy Pat says he was on your live stream on Friday night. I said, he was. So you think he could have got out in time to murder several underworld figures? No, I don't think that happened.
Not at all.
And going, there was
I know
one
nothing.
survivor in this gangland massacre who just talked about the smiling assassin. And I went, well, Pat does have a lovely smile, but I don't think they were talking about him. No. I know, Micro, he just sneaks. Suddenly he's not there anymore. Yeah. So also this same guy, he wrote a movie called Sicario, which was about American law enforcement trying to deal with Mexican drug gangs, and they've got a guy working with them who was in the Mexican police force whose family was killed by these drug guys, and that's played by Benicio del Toro, and he's absolutely like he's lost his humanity because these drug guys killed his family, and he's just working with his American things. And it's quite complex. But again, they have this really strong female character who's central to the whole thing. And it's all about the different levels of law enforcement. Like the CIA can't do certain shit, but someone who's law enforcement could. And so they've got this woman in because she's the right level of law. It's great. But Sicario is a really good movie. And yes, Strictly Sega. Denis Villeneuve, the guy who directed the
Villeneuve.
He directed Sicario, and it is beautifully directed. The visuals in Sicario are amazing. But the same guy wrote Hell or High Water, Sicario, Yellowstone, 1923, 1883. And now I've got Mrs. Angry hooked on these because we've watched 1923 and now 1883. I went, oh, because on Prime, he appears to be Prime's golden boy. There's another couple series on Prime that he wrote. One's called Lioness, which is like a spy special ops thing, but all the action heroes are all women. But it's also got like, it's got freaking really big names in other roles. There's recognizable people as the action hero roles, women, but it's got Nicole Kidman and oh god, what's his the black guy with the voice? I've had a couple of drinks, you know.
Morgan Freeman.
Morgan, see, you looked at me funny like I was saying a bad thing about the black guy with the
No,
voice.
I didn't look at you funny. That was my look of thinking.
Yeah. But I thought that
Because it was either Morgan Freeman or James Earl Jones.
True. It could have been James Earl Jones, but it was Morgan Freeman.
But he died, so
yeah.
At least I think he did.
Yeah, I think James Earl Jones is dead, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
the only one left is
Morgan Freeman and Nicole Kidman are in that. And there's another one called Kings of Meta. But anyway, which has got the guy who's Hawkeye in the Marvel movies in it. But it's just like when like Mrs. Angry and I are looking for things to go and to go, okay, you really got into these. By coincidence, Prime seems to love this guy and they've given him all these, they've greenlit a bunch of series so we could watch one. So Micro, that's fair. When I said the black guy with the voice, you thought I was talking about the guy from Police Academy. That's fair. Strictly Sega, you reckon James Earl Jones
is an old
still alive?
reference.
I thought he died. I'm going to look him up now.
He's got to be like 90 something.
James.
I thought he passed.
I thought he had. But let's go. James Earl Jones. No, wait, no. No, he's still alive. He's 93. Fuck me.
93. Damn. He's got to
you
be
fucking
like
rock, dude.
On death's door.
I reckon he must be a little frail. His birthday's in January. Okay, so he's just 17th January. He's just passed. So I should always, God, I should defer to Strictly Sega with movie shit. But yes,
That's a good rule.
I'm with you, Dr. Abigail.
Yeah.
I thought he had died.
Yeah. Okay. So Mega Leech for pop culture, Strictly Sega for movies,
Yeah,
and or music. But you're pretty good on music.
I'm pretty good on music.
I'm here for science.
Yeah,
Between the four of us, we
we can
know
answer most
everything.
things. Yeah,
Pretty much.
yeah, yeah. We've got it covered between us, I think. But
We'd make a killer pub trivia team.
I'm also like
killer pub trivia.
Micro's stuck with 80s references, which I can identify with. You're annoying when you meet someone if they're not over 35. They don't understand the references. Yeah,
we said that at the same
that was weird. He must have typed that about the same time you said it.
Yeah,
that's pretty funny. I swear to God, we should team up. We would probably just fucking make, because some of the pub trivias have cash prizes. We could just go up the pub and fucking clean up.
When I went to Brisbane for a week, and did a trivia with a nerd trivia at a nerd bar, which had like video games and shit. There's a few here in Melbourne, but this one was huge. It was so awesome. And they did a trivia event, and I did it with my girlfriend's partner, and his trivia team. She wasn't there because she doesn't, it was too noisy, so I just went with him and his trivia team. It was a good night. And we won. It was awesome. And the prize was drinks and some play tokens for the video games. And I kept one of the tokens. I've still got it.
Nice.
Yeah.
I was just having flashbacks to when I worked at Lonely Planet like 10 or 15 years ago. And we had a trivia night after work one night. And it was just actually at work. And I was the team with the guys, the other IT guys. And we were doing fairly well. And I don't know, for some reason, I had a reputation as a shit stirrer. And
what?
I know. How did that happen? We were sitting there and they were reading out one of the results. And one of the guys who had a really deep voice, sort of covering his mouth up, just went, "It is bullshit." And everyone thought it was me. And like, because they read out an answer that we disagreed with. We thought we were right. And they read out the answer was a different thing. You know, this is bullshit. And everyone looked at me and I was like, that wasn't me. But they all looked at me. But we just latched onto it. And from then on, whenever they read out an answer that we got wrong, there were four of us, four guys, and all in this really deep, I don't think we just go, bullshit. And so it just became a thing. Every time we got an answer wrong, we just go, bullshit.
This is bullshit.
And we managed to do it in unison. We just all go, and four guys doing that really deep thing. It just really carried. And
nice.
Legit, everyone blamed it on me. And the next day at work, I was like, it wasn't me. It was one of the other. And they went, no, it was you. It wasn't. Oh my God.
That's what you get for having a reputation.
I know. And it was because on the equivalent of team chat, we had various text chat channels where I would always be there were some channels with like, this is an official work thing. You only talk about official work things, but this is the just do whatever. And I was always doing really messed up shit on that one. And so people assumed I was doing, so basically people assumed whenever there was any shenanigans, I was behind it. And I was like, okay, half the time that's true, but you can't blame me for all the shenanigans that happen.
Half the time. Ah.
But yeah, there's fun and games. So strictly say you went to a movie trivia. Oh, that's the worst. If the person running the trivia
Oh,
is
yeah.
wrong.
Yep.
See, and your Asperger's wouldn't let him get away with it. See, what I do in that circumstances is start yelling the moops, which is
The moops.
when the question person gets it wrong and they won't admit they got it wrong.
Moops.
You're sitting there on the phone going, I can Google it now and prove you're wrong. And they say, no, and so I just start yelling the moops at them, which is a Seinfeld reference, which is sad because that's a 30-year-old reference. But
I got it straight away.
I know you did, yes.
Classic, the classic The Boy in the Bubble
I feel
episode.
I'm dangerously close to sobering up.
I feel like I need to fix myself a drink, and I feel like I should have a taste of that
tasting.
whiskey.
I'm gonna get a couple of gins and do a gin tasting because you're going to do a gin tasting.
Yes,
and I've got one of the same ones. All right, I'm going to go over here and get a couple of gins. Man, where's the one I want though? Man, I've got some wild shit in here. Holy shit! Have I ever mentioned to you all that I buy a lot of booze? Man, I've got some wild shit in here. Maybe the gin I'm looking for is here on my gin tray. Threefold barrel. That's what no. Archie Rose Sydney Dry. Brogan's Way, Christmas gin. I think the one I want is in here, actually. Let me have another look, because I didn't see it when I looked. Oh, there it is. Found it. All right. I'm just going to do a three very different gins comparison. Skull shot glasses. All right. Skull shot glasses. And I'm going to do 3 very different gins. Close. So, is this the Pink Vault one? Pink Lake Gin. Oh, I think Patient Wolf gins and a threefold. Okay. Okay. All right. Ugh, friends. Ugh. Safa, what are you saying about no spoilers? Do you want no Seinfeld spoilers? Is that what you're saying? Oh, F1. Jesus. I thought you were saying, like, don't do any Seinfeld spoilers. All right. Pink Lake Dry Gin. Oh, God, honestly, I might make a fucking martini after this. Threefold barrel-aged gin. I think it's whiskey barrel-aged, actually. Yeah. It's aged in an ex-whiskey cask. And Patient Wolf Marigold and Honey. This one I got really cheap at a Coles bottle shop.
Oh, that looks familiar.
I know. Marigold and Honey, which I provided to Dr. Abigail as a bribe for all the things I want to get her to for me.
Okay, so we're doing this at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay,
So which ones are
open
you
this.
doing a taste comparison of?
I'm doing the Marigold and Honey and just the
Yeah.
Melbourne Dry.
Okay. So I'm doing a different a Patient Wolf Dry, the Pink Lake gin,
Ooh,
which they infused pink salt from one of the saltwater lakes in.
okay.
So, and just for variety, I also got a barrel aged gin. Just was aged in ex whiskey barrels, so it's got a little bit of whiskey character in it.
Cool. Just gotta break the seal.
Oh yeah, you actually got to break the seal on it.
I love the smell.
You
of
love the
gin.
Melbourne Dry.
Oh no, this is the
Oh,
Marigold and
that's the
Honey.
marigold one. Okay.
Oh, it's just got a really nice smell.
It
Okay.
literally has that floral and honey aroma on it.
Mm. Okay. So I've just got it on the rocks here. And I'm just
Yeah.
gonna take a swig, and
Yeah.
then I'm gonna put some soda water in it.
Yeah. Marigold and honey. There you go.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh,
This
I
is
could
one.
drink that just straight.
Yeah, yeah. No,
That
it's
is
it's it's definitely,
dangerous.
yeah. But with
Mm.
soda, I reckon it's going to be really good
Oh, that is good.
because
Oh,
it's like,
it's subtle. It's so
yeah.
subtle. The marigold, it doesn't have a lot of honey taste to it.
No, it's just got a light sweetness though,
Mm.
and it's still got the juniper, the gin juniper thing going on. Oh,
And
it's
that,
good though.
yeah, that floral marigold is just
Yeah.
so good. Oh,
Oh, and I only got it because it was
oh, that is
really cheap in
insane. That
in
is
a
good.
yeah.
How much was
Coles,
it?
$40.
Whew,
It's
that's
a
great.
500 ml bottle, so it's a small there. But
Yeah.
yeah, okay, hot tip for anyone wanting to explore Australian gins. Um, the Coles bottle shops have this thing, and it's clearly they've done deals with different distilleries to do limited edition things, and they're often really good prices from really good gin distilleries. Mofo saying we just live on opposite sides of the same city. So last weekend I did we did catch up, and it was like, okay, the things I had for bribes to get you to do things over the next
Yes,
12 months.
yes.
Here's
We
the
caught
bribe.
up. We were gonna catch up with Kirsten as well, but
Yeah.
she couldn't
But
make
it
it.
was on one of the hot days, the 30 plus days in Melbourne, and Kirsten and husband had been running around shopping all day, and the heat had got to them, which I completely understand.
Yeah, it was a stinker.
It was. So Dr. Abigail and I just went, well, goddamn, we're in the city. We should go to the Cheese Palace.
Yeah. We ate cheese and also happened to drink a fabulous martini.
Fucking killer martinis.
Oh,
I
it
mean,
was
and
so good.
honestly, aren't they also just the best people at the Gin Palace? They're
I thought
so
that
friendly.
the guy behind the bar was a bit loud,
Oh yeah,
but they
he was
all
a bit
are
pro-ish,
all
I
so
guess. Yeah.
he was not what I expected from the Gin Palace, but they were all of them to a person just really friendly.
Yeah,
And they
no,
always
they have
are. They
wonderful
always
staff.
are, which is
Yeah,
what I like about the Gin Palace. Well,
yeah.
it's my second favorite thing about the Gin Palace.
First favorite is the cheese.
The cheese. Their double brie is just amazing. It's
Really
the
good,
cheese of
just
the
incredible
gods.
cheese. But yeah, again,
Mm.
it was kind of like was looking at their cocktail list and thought there's a couple of really interesting sounding cocktails, but I'm at the Gin Palace. They make some of the best martinis in Melbourne. I should just get one of their martinis, and fucking killer, really good.
So, how would that compare to Melbourne Dry? Not still my favorite. Still my
Yeah,
favorite.
really different.
But It's good. I would be keen to know what would complement it in a cocktail.
Oh, like, okay, so this one I'm tasting, which was a limited one Patient Wolf did, the Pink Lake Gin. This was specifically, the owner went, I want to make a gin that's the ultimate martini gin. Just this little bit
Yeah.
of salinity in there. And so
Yep.
you make a dry, and I'm going to make one. I am going to make a
Okay.
dry martini with this. And it's like,
Nice.
hmm.
Well, while
Also,
you're doing
Suffer,
that, I'm going to go back to my video game.
yeah, Suffer, I heard you asking about, I think, were you asking Heine if he could hear the Grand Prix? I was like sitting at my desk working today. I was like, wait. And so I had to go out the front door to listen and go, no, that is the F1 that I can hear. And I was even just like in the team chat at work, I'm going, I thought I was being assaulted by mosquitoes, but I checked and it's actually, I can just hear the F1 cars.
I have to close all the windows in my apartment, and even then, it's too loud.
Yeah, but like, okay, when I was in East St Kilda, I was about as close to it as you are, and it was really, but even just last year, I remember, because over in Caulfield, I'm much further away, and it was this vague mosquito sound going, and you had to be outside
Yeah.
to hear it. I'm inside, sitting at my desk, going, "Fuck is that?" And I went, I didn't think I could hear the F1 from inside. Is that what that is? Or has my neighbor got a power tool happening? So I went out the front door and it was like, oh no, it's the F1. There you go. Jesus.
Yep.
So I was hearing it. It might have been the wind direction was the whole thing. And Mrs. Angry said the same thing. She's like, this is way louder than last year. Like the wind, the wind must be in a different direction. No, Safa, no open windows. And I swear last year I couldn't hear it from inside the house. In the front, if I went out to the front yard, I could hear it. It was this vague, but I was inside, and I think I even had headphones on, and I could still hear this buzzing. And I was going, "What the fuck is that?" And I had to go outside to check. Oh no, it's F1. Okay, sure. So that's the whole thing. I'm definitely, and this the Pink Lake gin has a very faint pink color because they did actually put pink salt in the still when they were distilling it, and it has
Cool.
a really faint pink color. But
I'm curious. I'm curious to know what you got out of the garden show today, Safa.
Oh yeah, you were
Like,
at the
what did you
garden
see?
show. Oh, of course you heard at the garden show. God, you're right in there. So yeah, I was actually intrigued to hear you were at the garden show, Safa. So I am also keen to hear what you're up to. When did I check and go outside? Kind of middle of the day, late morning, middle of the day. Micro, you can hop on. I put the
don't
link.
think he can see the link.
I'll put it again. There it is. Oh my god, this barrel-aged gin is just completely different. Like it's absolutely picked up all the whiskey characters. It doesn't taste like whiskey, but it's got all these whiskey characteristics. Like the honey marigold was that floral, lightly sweet thing. The dry one was just this beautiful, dry, slightly saline. This one,
I gotta get me a
definitely-
couple of those barrels.
I didn't barrel age this. This was barrel aged
Oh,
professionally.
barrel aged by them. But I mean, I've been wanting to do it for a while.
The barrels are cool because you like season them yourself. You do it in
Yeah.
phases. The first thing is you immerse them in water so the wood expands and it closes up all the cracks.
Okay.
And then when like it's like you soak them in the sink and then you like fill them with water and leave them for a couple of days so it expands. Then you drain that out and then it's like you season it. So I was like using sweet vermouth or use just like a wine with a strong flavor, and you sit that in
Okay.
it for a week or two, so that soaks into the wood, and then
Are
you
they?
put what it.
I assume they're charred on the inside.
Yes, the barrels are. If you get proper ones, they're charred on the inside. So
Yep.
yeah, you like season it with someone, and then I would put, I'd make a huge batch of cocktails and put them in the barrel.
Okay.
And I, used like a cheap whiskey and put that in and whatnot. Here we go. Here we go. Hey, how you doing,
Hey.
buddy?
Good. How are you?
All right, that's interesting. Where are you at the moment? Oh, you got a kitty.
Yeah, it's my kitty cat. Jojo, say hello.
Got a kitty.
This
Always
is my
listening.
Jojo. She is 12 or 13 years old now.
Oh
Oh
goodness.
wow, that's the same age as my old cat.
I've had her. I got her from people that I don't speak to anymore. We don't have to get into that. But when I was a teenager, I went to their house. They had a litter of kittens. They said pick one out. She climbed up my leg to my shoulder right here, fell asleep on my shoulder, and I was like, "This is mine." She chose me. I didn't choose her, and we've been inseparable ever since. And she's the only cat that I've known, at least personally, that like I've had to give her up for like a few months because I couldn't keep her. And when I've gotten her back, she's literally like one of those dogs in like a Soldier Come Home video. Where she does that. And cats don't normally do that, but she does that with me. No one else though. She doesn't like other people.
So there are certain breeds of cat that are known to do that, but there are certain breeds of cat that don't. And yeah, when she looks like just a domestic short hair. They're not known to cling to a human like that. So you're very, very lucky, and that's very sweet.
Yeah, no, she loves me. She's my everything. She eats better than I do. Her life is better than mine. I care about her way better than me. Her food spread for the past few weeks was just like a smorgasbord. I was jealous. I was like, look at all this stuff, get gravy and stuff.
Yeah. You know what this is reminding me of in the June Part 2, the character Stilgar, Javier Bardem's character, the way they've made the movie, he's like super keen to say Paul Atreides is their god who's come to them, Lisan al-Gaib, and it generated all these memes of this guy was so eager to proclaim this guy to be their savior. What could he do that would make him say? And there was one with Stilgar saying, Usul, don't be offended. My cat doesn't like anyone. And then it's like someone just patting a cat, and then it cuts to him going, Lisan al-Gaib. It was a fairly multi-level meta meme, that one, which I quite liked. But
yeah.
Oh, strictly Sega, I'm just going to say the barrels at smoke shops, be careful, because some people sell barrels and they're just ornamental. Like the inside of the barrel is actually plastic coated. You want a genuine barrel that's got no coating, and the inside should be charred. And anyone in Australia, whoever wants, I could actually point you to 2 different sources, and you could choose which one seems best to you. But you got to be careful. Particularly, don't buy ones in shopping malls, because they're probably plastic lined, and they're not going to. It's designed because the plastic lined one. Yeah, they won't change what you put in them. The whole idea of the barrel, though, is to change what you put in them.
Amazon has some little it's like make your age your own liquor or whatever, but they're like little personal barrels for like I don't know, maybe like 2 liters.
Yeah, they're probably right. Mine are 1 liter barrels, which I love. I think even 2 liter ones are a little bit large.
Yeah, they're cute.
But yeah, some of these sites, you can get a 1 liter or 2 or a 10 liter, and I'm going, who the fuck has got 10 liters of stuff they're aging at home? I don't know.
A pirate?
A pirate. It's pirates with their rum. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's what it is. Because Amazon delivers anywhere. Somewhere in Somalia, there's a guy on a boat waiting for like an Amazon boat to come out.
As much as I don't want to sort of quote Johnny Depp, he is quite funny as Jack Sparrow. But why is the rum gone?
When I was younger and saw that scene, I thought it was a funny scene. And then when I got older and started drinking and got really into drinking, I was like, this scene hurts my soul to watch.
Because rum is quite nice.
Yeah, and
Oh,
I was
I
also
thought
thinking, like, besides drinking it, I was like, if you guys got a cut, you could have like poured the rum on your cuts, and like it would have helped with that.
Yeah, you get the high proof rums; they're pretty good disinfectants. Yeah,
Yeah, use it as mouthwash.
yeah, that'll. Yeah, but then you just mix it with lime to fight off, and you're doing the double thing of fighting off scurvy and fighting off infections with you're drinking a disinfectant. Oh God!
With a slice
Also,
of orange garnish.
yeah, I was just thinking limes, because limes for about half the year in Australia, limes are stupid expensive. But we appear to be in deep lime season here, because twice in the last couple of weeks, I've gone into Coles. For anyone who goes into Coles and Woolies, they have the ugly fruit and veg that they sell under various names that's cheaper. But twice in the last couple of weeks, I've gone into Coles and they've had limes, which until recently have been stupid expensive. And it's like they clearly haven't been able to sell them all. And so they've marked them down. A couple of weeks ago, I got some that was half price that I was very excited by. And so I got more limes than I would like ever use and juiced them and actually froze the juice. And then I was in a Coles today and they had these limes that were literally 90% off. It's like this little bag of limes for 59 cents, where a couple of weeks ago, individual limes were like $3. And this was 6 limes for 59 cents. And so it's like, well, I guess I'm freezing more lime juice because I can't pass this bargain up. And it's just like, damn.
Cool.
Whenever I see when prices go up and down like that, it just makes me think like all this is nonsense. None of this means anything. If you can just price
Yep.
a few months ago, I don't know if you guys had this issue, but a few months ago we had an issue with eggs where eggs went up to like $6 for like 12 eggs, and then a couple weeks after it went back to like 2 something for some eggs, and I was like, oh, so you're just making up whatever price you really want to make up for this, and then charging us for that.
Yeah, no, capitalism's bullshit is the basic answer. But Safa, no, you don't use limes in martinis, but lime and gin and sugar is a gimlet, which is a fucking kick-ass drink. And in fact, I think that honey marigold gin would probably make a friggin' amazing gimlet. Lime and rum and sugar is a daiquiri, which is another fucking kick-ass drink. So lime is really good for cocktails. Particularly, there are a shit ton of rum drinks that include lime. Lime is very good in cocktails. So I will definitely. So yeah, but I'm literally juicing limes and freezing the juice because it's like, damn, that's so much cheaper than it was only a couple of weeks ago. And even like I paid, like, as I said, 59 cents for 5 or 6 limes. It's like, it almost doesn't matter if I waste this, if it goes off, because it was 59 cents. It's just like, I'm trying to come up with creative ways to use it. It's almost like it doesn't matter if I fuck it up and waste it because it was only 59 cents. Like, Safa, limes are sour, yes. And they're a particular sort of sour. Limes and lemons are a slightly different sort of sour. Limes have this thing where it gives the impression that it's kind of drying out your mouth, and that's malic acid. Lemons are just citric acid, whereas limes have both citric acid and malic acid in them, and that gives this the difference between lemon and lime juice, because you don't want to just drink lemon or lime juice because it's too goddamn sour. But mixed with stuff, they're both sour, but lime has this funny thing where it kind of feels like it's drying your mouth out. Do I fully endorse communism? What I reject is totalitarianism. And I think, I reject oligarchies, and what we've seen manifest under the various names of capitalism, communism, socialism, uh, uh, what do we call kings and queens? Fuckers. But there've been dictatorships, monarchy. Thank you. Democracy, monarchy, socialism, communism. What we've seen is totalitarianism, and that's what I reject.
Has there been a government in history that has been like, this works? There's no super negatives to it.
I
No.
lean heavily towards democracy as what we need to do, but I'm very cautious of anyone who goes, this is the perfect political system. This is what will work. Like, no, there's a constant tension because the people who seek power tend to be the worst people. Like normal, rational people go, oh, I don't really think I'm the right one to be in charge of everyone. But wackos who go, yeah, I should be in charge of everyone, even if, whatever your political persuasion is, you go, I kind of like that person as a prime minister or a king or a queen or a president. But you go, yeah, but they literally woke up and said, I should be in charge of everyone. That's a good idea. And it's like, there's something fundamentally wrong with someone who thinks they should be in charge of everyone.
I noticed if you look at like anything to do with politicians, they kind of started out with like, I actually want to help the people, and it just seems like as the years go on, these families just become career politicians to where like that's all they don't want to do it to help anyone. They just want to do it because they just know it as a career that can make money out of doing that, and they have no interest in helping anyone besides themselves.
Yeah, you see careerist politicians, and it's fucked. Mofo Sign is an awesome source of different and arcane political systems. And it was like ancient Athens. You did get some systems where it's like, you don't get to, run on your charisma and try and get people to vote for you. There's like an arbitrator. But again, anyone who holds up any system and says, this is perfect, this will always work, that's dangerous because there's always a tension between that's not serving this group of people or this person's exploiting that system. But in the broadest possible sense of the word, I support democratic institutions, people where at least nominally people get to vote on what happens. Of course, so-called democracies get subverted all the time, and the political process gets cheapened and corrupted, and it's just. I think Mofo, so one of the ones we talked about at one point was the system where it's like it's community organizing from the ground up. You get a small enough group of people where they all know each other, and it's like whether it's a group of 6 or 12 people, and they go like, okay, we elect you to be our representative out of this group of people that all know each other. And then all those representatives, they then form the next level of decision making, and that group then nominates a representative for their group to go to the next highest level. And to get to like a national governing thing, you only actually have to go through about 4 or 5 levels. Like even, a place with a country with tens or hundreds of millions of people, the way maths works, that only goes through a relatively short number of levels before you've got a national executive. And it's like they're directly answerable down the chain to all the groups of people who put them there.
I like the system of government where some moistened bint throws a scimitar at someone.
For real, strange women lying are in lakes dispensing swords.
Yeah,
has some feel. It's like I mentioned, I've been listening to these lectures on ancient Egypt with this uni professor who's an Egyptologist, and he just says, "Oh, you know the benefits of an absolute ruler? They can just go boom, and that's done."
Yeah.
And obviously, there are terrible flaws with that as well. But he just goes like,
Yeah.
"Yeah, you know, in this whole world where people literally believed this person either was a god or was selected by God, they just go, yeah, cool, okay, they said to do a thing. They've got the voice of God on their side, so
All
we'll
it
do a
takes
thing."
is one Caligula or
Yeah,
one Commodus
yes,
or
and
one Trump.
yeah, and that's the
Yeah.
thing. Any system can be subverted by bad
Yeah.
action. And as the interesting thing is, he highlights ancient Egypt had three periods: the early, the middle, and the late kingdom, and they were interspersed with complete collapses, the intermediate periods.
Yes.
And this guy's saying he thinks Egypt is the only culture that had two complete collapses and recovered from them. Like Europe had the Dark Ages, Europe had one complete collapse and recovered from it. Egypt, over a period of thousands of years, actually had two complete collapses and yet recovered from them and, you know, make Egypt great again.
I didn't even know it had one.
No, it had they call them
I need-
intermediate periods, but it was a complete collapse equivalent to the European Dark Ages.
Okay.
And it had
Shows what
two.
I know.
Yeah, I didn't know this shit. I'm gonna look. Give
Yeah.
me another week or two to finish these lectures. I'm gonna know fucking
Yeah.
everything. Ancient Egypt.
Fuck.
But yeah, that's fascinating.
Oh,
you
you're
visit-
doing your master's in Egyptology. Awesome.
absolutely 24 hours of lectures I'm cramming in over the next couple of weeks.
Nice. Oh yeah, Russia. Well, Russia was part of Europe. It wasn't its own civilization. It was. I mean, it had an empire, but it wasn't a civilization.
Yeah, but the Russian Empire being overtaken by the Soviets, and then the Soviets going, neither of those collapsed into a dark age. You want to read up on your history. The Dark Ages in Europe was a fucking night. You had science, literature, and art raising and raising and raising, and then shit just fucking crashed. And I don't know how long that. I'm going to look it up. How long did the Dark
Ages lasted for centuries?
That's what I thought. Yeah.
The history of Russia is kind of like I don't want to say sad, but it's like it seems like they never have a time of peace almost.
Oh, it's pretty fucked. The history of
Russia always being like invaded. Someone's always trying to conquer them. They had a whole. I don't know if it was if you called it the Dark Ages period.
I think it was. Wasn't it?
Sorry,
like 1300?
I just want to look at what auto-completed on Google. I'm about to type how long did the Dark Ages last. I got to how long, and it's auto-completing to how long did Police Academy run in Sydney cinemas, which was over a year, and also how long is Ground Zero dangerous after a nuclear bomb. Those are both things I've looked up on streams before.
That depends. It depends if it's an air blast or if it's the ground blast. If it's an air blast, you're better off because then it's going to disperse more in the air versus on the ground.
So Dark Ages was about 500, depending how you measure it, was between 500 and 1,000 years. Jesus, fuck. That's okay. Yeah. I don't think the intermediate periods in Egypt lasted that long. But
also,
I'll look it up.
Like the Catholic Church had a lot to do with how long it lasted.
Oh yeah.
Like they have a lot to answer for.
Absolutely.
It's crazy how much you see like Christian or Catholic people being like, you know, you should be good and act this way. And then when you look in the history of their religion, it's like,
yeah. Whenever someone says Christian values, I just want to throw a Bible at them and say, like, and give them a history lesson about what
When like
Christian values
Christian
are.
people are like, they're like, oh, Islam is such an angry religion. I'm like, is it though? Is it?
It's-
You know the?
it's-
Do you remember what the whole Spanish Inquisition thing? The
yeah, the
Oh God,
Crusades.
yeah.
Yeah. So I looked it up. The Egyptian intermediate periods, their dark ages lasted for about 100 years, the two of them. But the European dark ages, depending how you measure it, was somewhere between 500 and 1,000 years of just fuck all.
damn.
Oh, Jesus
Yep.
Christ, what a nightmare. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
imagine
yeah.
living in that time.
Well,
I would
I
say-
mean, various things I've read is just like people were just like, well, the world's going to end. We're all going to, the second coming will happen. This is Armageddon. We'll definitely all be dead by Christmas.
Well, yeah.
Bye,
Fucked
Luigi. Have a good day.
Oh,
Loogie,
see you, Luigi. Loogie.
Are you getting some
Luigi?
sleep?
Luigi's
Loogie.
better. I'm gonna say Luigi.
Luigi, Mario, and Luigi.
And I appreciate the compliment. Calling me a nerd.
I also, sorry, just when we're gonna, I'm just thinking of Nintendo now. Like, the anti-Mario is Wario, and so then they decided there had to be an anti-Luigi, and they just went, "He's Waluigi," and I went, that doesn't quite work.
That sounds like they
I've
were sitting
never
late at
I've-
night, like wanting to go home. It's
Go
like
on.
10 o'clock. They're like, "What? We gotta name this guy something. What do we name him?" They're like, Waluigi." Like, that's it. All right, I gotta go.
Yeah.
Peace.
I do think it was after a long day that they all agreed on Waluigi. Quite honestly,
Having
He's
never
really
played
popular.
any Nintendo games seriously at all, the whole thing just befuddles me.
yeah. I have to, in Mario Kart, a Wario is my choice because I actually love the way they do it. They have the small characters who are very fast. They accelerate really fast, but they can be easily fucked up by the heavy characters. The heavy characters who can fuck up other people, but they don't accelerate very well. And then the intermediate characters who are like a balance. And so Toad's a little one, Mario's an intermediate one, and Wario and Bowser are big ones. I always play Wario in Mario Kart. I quite like it. But Waluigi is just ridiculous. It's just like no, it's like Wario is Mario with the M turned upside down, because he's the evil inverse of Mario. You could have spent a bit more time thinking of what to call the dark mirror version of Luigi.
He
And
should
they
be
went, no, we'll just call him Waluigi. And it's like, okay, sure. It's whatever.
I feel like Louis would have worked. Luigi and Louis. That would have
Sorry,
worked.
what was that?
Luigi, if they named him Luigi instead of Waluigi, if they named him Luigi, I feel like that would have worked, right?
Yeah.
Kind of.
Waluigi's ridiculous. It makes no sense at all. It's except he's like a lesser Wario or something. I don't know. Oh god, do you know what this is making me think of? I haven't played Mario Kart on the Switch. Like, I literally only played it on the Nintendo 64, and I played it endlessly on the Nintendo 64. But there was a meme that came out on the Switch version of Mario Kart. Luigi, not Waluigi, but Luigi would do this thing.
The mean
Like
face.
if you red shelled someone and then passed them, Luigi would just do this fucking death stare as he passed them. And it's genuinely unsettling. Like, Luigi knocks someone out of the way and just stares at them as he goes past. And it's this really cold death stare. It's actually
It's like he had a
genuine.
vendetta.
It's very weird. But, you know, who knows? You know, the Japanese wacky folk that they are. I mean, What is that all about? I don't know.
They came up with the Mario game. I don't remember the game, but Luigi was in some sort of shorts, and he had a bulge, and people went online and measured out proportionally how big he would be in real life based on the bulge. And I'm like, man, the time people have, the time people with skills have.
That is an interesting thing for someone to spend their time on.
Yeah, I think it was if anyone's curious, I think it was like 5'5" to 6 inches, if anyone's curious.
That's how big Luigi's dick is.
So if anyone, I don't know if anyone has like Luigi fanfic, but now you can be really accurate with it.
Oh man. Again, people. What people? Who let people?
I don't want to live on this planet anymore.
I know that there are people putting their brain power to estimating Luigi's dick size.
Look.
I think
there
it's
are
crazy
ignoble awards. The ignoble awards were a similar thing.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy how fast
at least the ignoble awards end in science being done, even if it's for stupid science. It's still science. Anyway.
So what are you saying, Micro?
I honestly completely forgot. It slipped my mind. I have really bad memory. So it obviously wasn't that important if I just immediately forgot about it.
I'm like you, though. I get distracted. If I'm about to say something, the tiniest distraction can make me go, wait, what was I saying?
Yes.
Forget it. Yeah, it's gone. It's gone now. It's gone. But also, the funny thing is, like, okay, for those who are unfamiliar with them, okay, the Nobel Prizes are for all the great achievements in science and arts and whatnot. And someone came up with the Ig Nobel Prizes. It's like for science that probably shouldn't be done. And a lot of them are very funny. But there was one that I thought was fascinating because it shows bias in action and how people can think they're being really smart and they're actually being kind of stupid, because they awarded an Ig Nobel Prize to these Australian researchers who were working with the wool industry. And it was about how much wool was lost by the sheep being dragged across the grated floor of the sheep shearing sheds. And the people doing the Ig Nobel Awards felt like this was stupid and funny, this whole thing about using science and mathematics to work out how much wool you lost by dragging the sheep across and whatnot. And then, hey, you get the Ig Nobel Awards. And the scientists who did the research, it was CSIRO scientists, and they're just going, wait, do you not know how much money is in the wool industry in Australia? And they were going, that was actual real research to work out how to not lose as much money. And I know it sounds funny because we're talking about dragging sheep, but it was real. Do you not get it? And it's just because the people who did it knew nothing about sheep shearing or the wool industry. So they just declared it sounded funny and stupid. And so we'll make a joke award to it. But the actual scientists are saying to them, like, no. This industry is worth hundreds of millions of dollars a year. So improving efficiency by 1% actually is really significant. Did you not get that we're actually doing real science here? And the Ig Nobel goes, dragging sheep. It's just like, it was a good reminder that smart people can do something really stupid when they make pronouncements on stuff that's outside their area of expertise.
Where's that group or committee that does the awards? Do you know where they're based out of? Like what country they're based out of?
In the US.
Oh, that would explain it, I guess.
But yeah, again, generally, at least like 9 times out of 10, the Ig Nobel Awards are really highlighting someone like, holy shit, someone spent money doing this. This is ridiculous. At least 9 times out of 10, they're right. But it was a really good reminder that extremely smart people can fuck up when they make pronouncements about things that are outside their area of expertise. Because it's a classic fallacy of, well, I'm a genius in this area, therefore I'm a genius about literally everything. Or worse still, not geniuses, but successful business people. It's like, I succeeded in the business world and made billions, therefore I'm right about everything.
Yeah, that can be dangerous. Like if you wanted to take some people down in like a submersible you built or something like that, you know, that could,
Yes,
that could lead to horrible catastrophic issues.
That should have been a Darwin Award. It really should.
That was pretty wild.
It was.
When you
I was looking up, like trying to figure out what exactly happened, and there's like so little actual information. But one thing they know for sure is they were having trouble coming up. They were raising really slow. And I watched a video talking about how they were sent in the time between the messages, and they think that they were descending too fast. So I kind of think somehow like part of it cracked and water got in it, and that's why I was having trouble raising because it was too heavy, right? And then eventually the structure just went.
buckled. Yeah.
But you look at that, that company had years of engineers saying there are problems here. These people are pushing things, and the whistleblowers just kept getting fired. These people kept saying, no, this is not safe. What they are doing is not safe.
I think
And
what's
they
that
would
one?
get
Cameron
fired.
Diaz, that one director, the
James Cameron.
Titanic guy.
James
Cameron. James Cameron. He even was like, "Don't
He's
take people
an
down."
expert in the field.
I think he went down like 26,000 feet or something like that before.
Yeah.
Like
He went down to
pro.
the bottom of the Marianas Trench, which is the bottom. It's the deepest part
thing.
of the ocean.
Yeah. But
There's plastic trash down there.
That's crazy.
At
But
the
yeah,
bottom-
that's crazy. That's
Yeah.
terrible and crazy.
Yeah. The people with that submersible that crushed, they're just cowboys. For years, people had been saying, no, what they're doing is not safe. It's a bad idea. And
So-
then it just
so
went spectacularly
I
wrong.
just think there should be a special category of the Darwin Awards just for rich people, and it should be called More Dollars Than Cents.
That's a good one. Yeah. I'm
There's
also
the Cowboy Awards.
The Cowboy Awards.
That should just be for I was gonna say it should be for rednecks and bogans, but that's an insult to cowboys who are legitimately cool.
I feel like that's be like the Hold My Beer Award. And the thing that people almost invariably
Fuck you, I almost spat that out.
You almost choked her, who at exactly the wrong moment go, yeah, that's a good idea. Hold my beer, I'm going to do it. And then they die.
Because you don't have to die to get a Darwin Award. You just have to remove yourself from the gene pool.
Yeah.
So
and I think
all those people who tied like explosives and or fireworks to their genitalia were in the running. I'm looking at you, members of Jackass.
Yeah,
I was just thinking about that one scene.
Every time, what's his face? Bam, was it Bam or
Evo?
One of the other? Yeah. The guy wears the Speedo all the time. Who puts one of the other guys, I think, who always puts fireworks in his butthole and sets them off.
I feel like it sounds like Steve-O or Pontius.
Steve-O.
Pontius, that's
one who
him.
does the really bad stuff. Yeah.
Pontius always wears
next level.
a Speedo and has long hair. Steve-O also wears a Speedo, but he does the crazy stuff. He's the one that put like a bottle rocket up his butt and launched it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
and-
went swimming in raw sewage once. And
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Steve-O did the worst stuff, I think.
He's sober
a
now. He's clean and
vegan.
sober.
He is. Yes, I've
He's
seen videos.
He's a vegan. Yeah.
Yeah. He's doing really
because he
He
well.
owns
realized he
vegan
was fucking
restaurants and
himself up
has a
for
podcast.
videos. Yeah. I almost got to meet him one time. I went to the US and I was hanging out. I was staying with Corey, Mr. Safety, and he got a phone call, and it was because he knows Steve-O, and he got a call, and Steve-O said, this was with the start when Steve-O was getting sober. He'd actually had a half pipe built in his lounge room in his house,
Yes.
skating, and he had just finally decided that that was a sign of his bad decisions, and he was taking it down. And he literally called Corey when I was there and said, "Do you want to help me come take this half pipe apart that's in my lounge room?" And we almost did it, but and I was like, "Oh," and we didn't do it. I was like, "Oh, I could have gone over to Steve, met Steve-O, and taken apart the half pipe he'd had built in his lounge room."
Wow.
It was wild, but I was thinking very early in Mr. Safety videos, he did some stuff that looked dangerous, but they were all illusions. And like there were two things he did that got a lot of views. One was putting his hands in a toaster and turning it on and coming up, and he had all these burn marks on his hand, but it was makeup on his hand. It was just lines of makeup on his hands. And he said, I even did it the way it was shot. Behind the toaster was the toaster plug, and it wasn't plugged into the wall, but he created the illusion of he was turning the toaster on and sticking his hand, and he tried to hold it in for 30 seconds, and he was acting like he was in terrible pain, and then pulled it out, and there were all these burn lines on his hands, but it was actually makeup that he put on before. And the other one, which he actually did on Jay Leno's Tonight Show, it was this giant rubber band.
Yeah.
And he had it like around his back, and he got someone pulling it out and stretching it out and stretching it out and longer and longer and longer, and then letting it go so it snapped into his torso, and him going, ah, and he lifted up his shirt to apparently reveal all this bruising on his torso from this giant rubber band. But again, it was an illusion. He said, the rubber band, it looks like it should hurt, but all the force just dissipates as it contracts, and it doesn't hurt at all when it hits you. The bruising was makeup he put on his torso before the thing. And he did that on Jay Leno's Tonight Show.
Cool.
Did noise just start where you are, Micro? Or
what's that?
Like a jet engine or something?
Oh, sorry, hang on. I had to turn on the heater because it's like below freezing here for no reason. It was like 15 Celsius for you guys?
For no reason, i.e. the weather.
Now it's just freezing.
Yeah. Well, we're getting our first cold mornings here, like 6 or 7 degrees Celsius in the mornings, but it's still in the 20s in the afternoon, which is very weird. Waking up and feeling cold, but it's quite warm in the afternoons.
Is that better at all?
Yeah, no, that's good.
I pushed it farther away.
Yeah, no, it's good. So Safa, smart people can be awkward. Sometimes smart people are the most awkward.
I think it's because they spend so much time working on what they know and not working on people skills.
Yeah. And again, because you do get a lot of smart people who think social interaction's a waste of time. And so they focus on one thing. And that's why I always love that.
I'm sick of smart people who are pig-headed, bullheaded, and just obstinate.
Yeah.
Because they think they're right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing for dumb people to be obstinate, but smart people are the worst.
Yeah. And I know I'm guilty of that at least sometimes, and I try to be conscious of it, but I know I lapse at least from time to time. But you're right. It's kind of like you get some people who've, particularly the ones who've styled themselves as public intellectuals, and it's like, what's the point of being smart if I can't be a complete piece of shit about it? And Richard Dawkins springs to mind.
Have you ever met? I
Yep.
met this one guy, and when he would talk to you,
Going
he
into
would
the
he would
Melbourne
he would
Dry.
talk to you like this, like hi, how, like he wouldn't ever look at you in the face. He would close your
Yeah.
eyes, like look away,
Yeah.
and it just drove me crazy.
That's a super autistic thing to not be able to look at someone when you're talking to them.
But like he would
Oh,
do
I
it.
found-
He would talk, and he would talk in this like he was talking down to you.
Yeah.
Well, with his eyes closed and stuff, and I was just like, "Look at me. If you want to talk down to me, look at my eyes."
Yeah. Yeah.
I found out
Yeah.
recently.
Yeah.
I mean, I always knew that holistic people make
Yeah.
eye contact.
Yes.
So I found out recently that eye contact doesn't actually mean eye-to-eye contact. That holistic people, when they make eye contact, they actually mean face-to-face contact. Like you don't actually stare into each other's eyes when you talk.
You can't do that for very long without that being at least as uncomfortable as someone who looks away when they talk.
Yeah, I always thought when people said you have to make eye contact, you have to actually stare into each other's eyes. Like
No,
you
you
can blink and shit, but
you
you just have to, yeah, like and what they actually mean is just look at their face.
yeah.
I just stare at people's nose,
Which
or like I stare right
blows my
here.
mind. So the explanation, as it was said to me, was holistic people kind of just have an overview of the person's face, and they're just kind of scanning around their face a bit. And I'm like, what the fuck? So it doesn't mean looking at their eyes. Then
No.
why is it called eye contact?
You do momentary eye contact, but it's constant eye contact is as unsettling as what Micro was saying with someone who looks down when they talk.
But that yeah, so I learnt long ago that thing, because I used to do that all the time, and then I learnt the trick of looking at people's mouths, and I fooled people, and I like people thought I had excellent eye contact when I never looked at their eyes. I just looked at their mouth, and from a distance it made no difference.
Yeah.
And I thought I was just fooling people because I never looked at their eyes.
Yeah.
And it worked. And now I'm learning that people just didn't look at their eyes at all. That's not what it even meant. Like, what?
Yeah.
Say what you mean, people.
Well, what was that?
Holistic
That
people,
meme
just say what you fucking mean.
What does that mean, holistic people?
The opposite of
Holistic
autistic.
people. The autistic and holistic. It means you don't have autism.
Yeah. What was that meme I shared on the Discord that time? And it was like from some kid's card or something where someone's doing this, and it's just captioned like, "Look at me, I'm." How did they describe it? It was look at me, I'm a neurotypical. I don't say what I mean. I just give weird hints.
Yeah. So now I was today years old, literally.
Yeah.
When I found out that making eye contact doesn't mean just looking at their eyes. It's a whole other thing.
Yeah.
And
it is. Yeah.
And I was told that like looking directly at someone's eyes gives them the impression that you're either creepy or flirting with them, which means that I could have been fucking flirting with people this whole time.
Or they're aggressive.
Rage quit life. Fucking hell.
So what are you going to say, Micro?
And so there's also an aggressive trait, right? Staring at someone's eyes.
Yes. It's confrontational and creepy.
You could have people in your life that wanted to have been your friend, and then like they were like, "Oh, Abigail doesn't like me. She keeps looking at my eyes. She actually hates me."
Yeah.
And then
I also remember
I don't look at people's eyes, but
I remember a friend I worked with ages ago. This woman, and when she didn't have her glasses on, like she couldn't see a goddamn thing. And she said she's going.
People
She
like
comes
that.
into work and she's going, "Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. What happened at work?" Like she's on the tram and she didn't have her glasses on, and she tries to just have this pleasant demeanor, and she's a very attractive woman, but she just like not have like resting bitch face, have resting sort of gentle smile face, and she thinks I must be near my tram stop, and she pulled her glasses out and put them on, and she just went straight in her line of sight was this guy who was staring at her and making eye contact and going, and because she had been making eye contact with him and smiling, but he was literally a blur to her. She had no idea. And
Yeah.
she put her glasses on and went, "Oh God, I've been making eye contact with him and smiling to several tram
Yeah.
stops. And he thinks I'm flirting and I'm not. And God,
Yike.
will a hole open up and swallow me right now."
I would have died.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was just like,
I
well,
honestly probably would
goddamn
have ran
right.
away, to be honest.
Yeah, no, that's what she did. She like jumped off the next stop, and it
Yeah, I
was just
can't
like,
handle that much social awkwardness. I would have just
Yeah.
I would have left.
but she's saying like, what was worst is she's going, I can't really hold it against him because from his perspective, for an extended period, I'd been holding eye contact with him and smiling, and so he's holding eye contact with me and smiling like, yeah, how about it? And she puts her glasses on and realizes what's happening and's gone, right, this is not my stop, but I'm getting off. Fuck it.
That reminds me of the time I was on a tram. It was a peak hour crowded tram, and
Yeah.
it was one of those old trams. You know the old Z class,
Yes.
where the windows were like this thin and they were up high. So,
yes.
and I was just staring at the window because otherwise I was staring at people. I
Yeah.
was just staring up at the window, and there was a guy opposite me, and he must have had just shit eyesight because, like, 20 minutes into this tram ride, he just says, he says something like, "Can I help you?" And I'm like, I break out of my trance and like look down at him and like, what?
Yeah.
And he says, "Why are you staring at me?" And I'm like, "I'm not. I'm staring up at this window." He just couldn't tell. Like I was
Yeah.
staring like a good meter above him, and now I can't even fucking do that because he thinks I'm staring at him.
Yeah. Yeah, he probably had shit
Like,
eyesight. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Couldn't even fucking read a book on the tram because I was sitting sideways, and that gives me motion sickness. And smartphones hadn't been invented back then, so.
Although here's a side thing: people should not listen to humor podcasts on public transport because nothing is unsettling as someone has got their earbuds in and they're just vacantly staring into the middle distance. Then out of the blue they go, it's like, what the fuck? And it's just because they're completely zoned out because they're listening to a podcast, and then a funny thing happens, and they go, and it's like,
Or like,
oh, are you a serial killer? What the fuck?
Or when people laugh in public with like their full personal laugh. You know what I mean?
That's an American thing. That I in fact I worked with an American guy who, like, he actually that company there were two Americans and they both agreed if ever there was a loud obnoxious person in the room, it was an American, and this guy was that American, and people who laugh out loud with their full belly laugh, it's always an American.
Guaranteed. There's a guy that sits on his porch at night, and I'll walk by. He's just watching videos. It'll be super quiet at night. It's a quiet neighborhood. I know he's just like belly laugh, super like a weird belly laugh, and I'm like, "Ooh, what are you doing, guy? It's like 11 o'clock at night."
Yeah. Also, have you ever been past? This has happened to me multiple times. People, you're walking down the street, and someone's walking towards you, and they're talking on their phone like through an earpiece or something. And then just when you pass them, they start shouting because the person on the phone is pissing them off, and they just cut loose. You're just walking, and they just start shouting, and you're like, "Fuck! You know you're in public, right?"
What I hate is walking alone in the woods and surprise Shia LaBeouf.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought
that's
you were going to
always
say
nice.
when the Fae suddenly appear and try to entice you to walk into the circle of mushrooms.
No, actual cannibals, Shia LaBeouf.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm worried about Mrs. Angry. Like we were going for one of our walks in the park, and there was basically a fairy ring. These mushrooms are growing in a circle, and I was like,
Cool.
"Holy shit! There's a fairy ring!" And she's going, "Why are you worried about it?" I go, "Well, don't trust anyone who says go in there because it's the Fae." And she started jumping in and out of the circle, and I'm like, "Stop that!"
You're tempting fate.
I was just going, "You're now just making me think you're a changeling." And
You want to know a scary fact? Just because you can't see Shia LaBeouf doesn't mean Shia LaBeouf can't see you. Isn't that little?
see,
Yeah.
see, he
You
knows.
ever think of
He
that?
Have you ever heard of a phobia, anatodophobia?
No.
Oh, the fear of a duck
It's
somewhere
okay,
watching you.
no. Somewhere, somehow, a duck is watching you.
Popularized by Gary Larson in The Far Side.
Wait. There's a duck in the corner of the screen.
Probably.
Where?
In the
In
StreamYard
my
thing.
screen?
In my screen, in the StreamYards. I'm on the
Yeah,
StreamYards thing.
There's a duck. Yeah.
There's a duck watching you
yeah.
right there.
Yes.
Oh my god. Maybe it's not a fear. Maybe there's more to it, and we're not listening to them because it sounds silly. We're not taking them seriously.
My personal favorite, like anatodophobia, has been taken up. That was a Gary Larson Far Side. But possibly the best thing is that dinosaur that had the weird spikes on
the
its tail.
Thanginator.
And there was a caveman lecture with a slideshow that goes, this part of the dinosaur is called the Thaginator, named after the late Thag Simmons. And the scientists actually made that the official name of the spikes on this dinosaur's tail, the Thaginator.
I used at my first job, when I got it, someone got me a Far Side daily calendar where it was like a big notepad where you got a one Far Side comic every day as a calendar, and you tear it off every day, and you get a new a new day, new comic, and it was just the best.
Yeah,
it was just funny every single day.
Yeah, and scientists fucking love Gary Larson. Like he got some sort of fruit fly named after him. The scientific name was Gary I. Larsoni or something, and that was in one of his books when he said the scientists had told him they'd named this fruit fly after him, and he's just like, "This rocks. This is the best thing ever." But just the way he would put science into his things, like he would always apologize for putting humanoids with dinosaurs, but he did it just because it was funny. But one of his one that I loved that apparently scientists absolutely loved, it was these two amoeba, and there was sort of cartoon things that cast them like 50s sitcom married couple, like one of them's got the cat's eye glasses that a woman would wear, and the other one's wearing a hat like a man would wear in a 50s family sitcom. And the female
He did that a lot.
The female coded one is saying to the male coded one, stimulus response. That's all you ever do. Don't you ever think? It's just like the scientists are just going, that's the funniest thing I have ever seen. It's just the way his mind works is just incredible.
Oh god!
You see, a resident scientist is wrecked by that joke.
Oh god!
But that's why scientists loved him. He would put stuff in that just would crack scientists up.
Oh.
And even much simpler stuff like all these guys in lab coats and this really fucked up rocket put together next to them. And one of them's looking at, well, let's face it, gentlemen, we're no rocket scientists. And scientists found that fucking hilarious.
Yes.
And he also did the thing because
Yeah.
he would have a lot of cartoons about torture, and it was that sort of stereotypical medieval idea of torture. And in one of his compendiums, he said, like, every time I publish one of these jokes about torture, the lovely people from Amnesty International send me all this information about how torture is still happening in the world and torture is not funny. And they're awesome people and they do great work. But I'm sorry, the torturer setup's just too funny. Guys with the black hoods having someone in a dungeon is just funny.
Yep. Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah.
Look, it's like if I ever get cancer, I want to hear all the cancer jokes.
Yeah. I mean, okay,
when I had my gallbladder problems, I wanted all the gallbladder jokes.
Yeah.
You know, if I ever get tortured, not while I'm being
not
tortured.
while you're being tortured.
Not that that's a bit on the nose. But you know, once the PTSD and all the counselling is ended, I want to hear some torture jokes.
Yeah. It's like a couple of extremely high profile, like first wave, second wave YouTubers went public with a cancer diagnosis in the last 6 months, and they're undergoing treatment. And one of them was Hank Green from the Vlog Brothers. And I just saw this absolutely hilarious interview with him. And he's like, okay, when I was first diagnosed with cancer, I thought, okay, I do have to go public and tell people about it. And he's going, but I don't want to be the cancer guy. That's not me. I don't want to be cancer guy. And he's like, 2 months later, I was just, I'm the cancer guy. I'm talking about cancer. And he's fortunately in remission at the moment. But
yeah.
It's crazy the progress we've made with treating cancers.
Yeah, that's a big part of what he did, talking about the advances in treatment. He had non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or something. I don't know.
I am adding to my Discord server a bot that hopefully will add, because I've got a couple of bots on my Discord server.
Yeah.
One that will post a Gary Larson comic every day. Just one.
Nice.
Every day.
Nice. That's a good bot to have.
Mm.
I'm going to make a martini.
And see how that goes. But I'm not going to do it tonight. Because I'm a couple of drinks in and I'm in the middle of a video game. And if I can't find one, I will make one.
What game are you playing?
Because I am playing an early access game called Stardeus.
Oh.
It's very indie. It's like RimWorld, but on a spaceship, and you play a supercomputer that has to keep the remnants of humanity alive in stasis while you go find a new homeworld.
Oh. I have not really played any of the games for ages. Like, I mess about with Red Dead on the stream sometimes.
But I am getting tired.
Ooh, that's okay. I'm just making a martini.
And I am actually running out of spoons as well.
That's okay. If you have to dip out, that's fine. I completely understand. I've just decided to make myself version of a martini. Kind of, actually, this is a cousin to the one you had at the Gin Palace. This has yellow chartreuse in it, so it's kind of
Cool. That
that
martini I
makes
had
it-
was amazing.
I've never
this
had a
is
martini.
Yum.
I got this the other day. It's a grabby
It's a grabber.
grabby stick, because
Grabby.
I'm lazy, but also there are certain areas in my apartment where I just can't reach.
Yeah,
Um,
that looks
not just
handy.
because I have a disability, but also because just the way I've set up my furniture, and I just can't reach places. Also, if I'm sitting down, I'm sitting down, and I just want to pick stuff up without having to get up.
Yeah,
But this has become the best cat toy for playing with my big cat
yeah.
ever, because I can just like reach over and grab his tummy and just go or grab his little foot and got your foot, and he just
Grab his
starts
tail?
playing with it, and it's grab his tail. He's not here now. He usually sleeps around here, but yeah, he just loves to play with it, and it's just so good. 'Cause
Jojo won't play
hands
anymore.
are not cat toys. Yeah, my older cat doesn't play anymore.
Yeah, she just
She-
wants to
yeah,
snooze
she's
and chill.
old. Yeah. Well, my old cat is blind and deaf.
Aw.
So yeah, well, she had a stroke. So
Yeah.
yeah. But even
Yeah.
then, like, her breed often get deaf anyway. So yeah, she just can't hear me. And she's just too old. She just sleeps and eats and meows at me.
Yeah, she still likes catnip though, which is
Oh, cool.
that's something. That's something.
I grow catnip in my kitchen as a means to keep aphids away from my mint that I grew.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because aphids don't like catnip, and mint and catnip are very similar species of plant.
Uh-huh.
I saw a video on because they were trying to figure out why cats roll in catnip, and they did a study and they found that, like you said, there's some oils in the catnip that repel bugs, so it helps keep fleas and stuff off the cats.
Yeah,
which I thought was
that
interesting.
tracks.
That's why, like, if you see them in catnip in the wild, you'll see cats like rubbing on it and stuff. Besides eating it, that's
Yeah.
why.
Yeah.
More you know.
Tracks.
So
Ding 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 ding. Cool. Well,
So now you know if
I'm gonna head off then.
Gonna dip? Gonna dip? That's fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna pike out.
So yeah. So for anyone playing at home, this martini martini variation is more like an Alaska. It's mostly gin, but instead of a little bit of vermouth, it's got a little bit of yellow chartreuse in it, which is both sweeter than vermouth and a little bit herbal in a different way to vermouth. And
What did I have the other night?
you had an Alaska, which is
Okay,
it's a martini that's got yellow chartreuse in it, basically.
cool. It was very good.
And it's a classic.
Anyway.
It's not something they invented. But anyway, good night.
As they say in Valinor, Namarie,
good night.
or
Good night.
as they say in Middle Earth, Navaya.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Well, that's Sindarin. Anyway, good night.
Good
As
night.
they say in Australia, good night.
As they say in Hobbiton, is it time for second breakfast? I don't know.
Bye.
Bye. I think the hobbits would have had a breakfast martini if they were given the chance, but that's fine. It's very yummy.
I've never had a martini.
Well, it's definitely an acquired taste, because a good martini is mostly gin, and a lot of people quite reasonably find gin a little bit troublesome to get on board
Yeah.
with.
It's kind of bitter, I would say.
Yeah, that's not unreasonable to say that about gin. It's definitely an acquired taste. So as much as I love a martini, I definitely don't criticize someone who goes, "Oh my god, what the fuck," because it. But this is the weirdest thing when I get a really good martini, like a nice cold martini made really well in a bar. When I taste it, it almost feels like I'm just drinking this really bracingly cold water. Whereas any normal human who's not a regular martini would drink it and go, "You're drinking like petrol. What the fuck are you drinking?" That's
Yeah.
it's absolutely an acquired taste, and I don't blame anyone who's not into it. But I'm really into it.
When I was younger, I always thought I would like that, like martinis and stuff, because you see it in movies. And it turned out I hated that stuff, and I ended up liking the stuff I thought I'd hate, like twisted teas. I love twisted teas. If you buy one of those boxes of twisted teas, I could have that gone in like a week. It's so good.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's like different people have different tastes and you can acquire different tastes. Like I first started getting sort of serious about sort of cocktails and stuff about eight years ago. But even what I was into then is completely different to what I'm into now. Like my favorite drinks now, I think if you go back in time 8 years and give them to me, I'd sip it and go, "What the fuck is this?"
Yeah.
Because your taste just kind of changes over time.
If I went back like 10 years and I told 10-year whatever me the stuff I eat and drink now, I'd be like, no, I would never.
Yes, eating as well. So I think the biggest ones for me, going back to a younger me and saying, "You're going to really enjoy eating this," the two biggest ones are like calamari, squid, octopus. That, depending how it's made, I fucking love it. And also blue cheese. I think go back to me in my 20s and say you're going to end up really liking eating calamari and blue cheese. 20 something me would go, "Fuck off. What the fuck are you talking about? That's gross. Why would I eat something that gross?" But no, I changed. So I was like, But yeah, even in such a short time frame, like 6 to 8 years, the drinking thing, what I drink is completely different to what I did.
I remember I used to like steak. Like my father always got steak well done, so that's how I used to get steak.
Yeah.
Just well done steak with just like sauce. And then I got older, and now it's got to be like medium or less, onions, mushroom.
Yeah.
And this is all stuff that younger, like I would be like, no, that's disgusting. I'm not touching that.
Oh yeah, fucking mushrooms. There's no way I would have done mushrooms like in my 20s, and I freaking love mushrooms now. Onion and mushroom, which is like the best thing ever as far as I'm concerned now. In my 20s, I definitely wouldn't have done it.
I think another thing that helped change my taste in drinks is growing up, at least for me, there was a lot of like, don't drink this because that's a girly drink. You drink this because you're a man. Men drink this. And then I had a girlfriend who insisted I try a frozen strawberry daiquiri. And I was like, no. And eventually I was like, whatever, I'll try it. And I took a sip and I was like, this is my glass, blah, blah, blah. And ever since then, I love all these fruity drinks now. They're delicious.
Frozen strawberry daiquiri sounds fucking awesome, actually.
So good. In the summer, in the heat.
Yes. Yeah, really good. So Mofo's son's been telling us about the VTuber promotional stuff. Are people going to attend corporate meetings as anime girls? I mean, maybe. What did you said about the bar? They had a VTuber bar that had good reviews but closed.
What's VTuber?
Okay. We were talking about VTubers earlier. That's the people who do streaming, but they use a program. So instead of like it being me, there's a cartoon character that's lip syncing And nine out of 10 of them are like, anime girls with big boobs.
Yeah. And there's one girl that does it that's really popular for it that comes to mind immediately.
Yeah. There's, but they do also. There's a lot of variety of VTubers. I think it's fascinating, but yeah, it's all probably going to get a bit weird with AI in the coming years as well. So, what did I have for dinner? I was actually, I had leftover pizza from last night, which in my mind, I love having leftover pizza for breakfast, but I forgot I had leftover pizza at breakfast. So I kind of had a proper breakfast. And then I had one of my freaking new foods for lunch. And then I went, oh, wait, there's the pizza left over from last night. I'll just reheat that. So I had reheated pizza. And now I really like having something trashy like if I do the stream, we're all coming up on one. I'm not super shit faced. I don't know if I'm even half Tim Smith. I think I was more drunk a couple of hours ago than I am now. But mind you, I just drank a pretty strong martini. So that might kick in the next 10 minutes. So, I like having something really trashy as a recovery breakfast / brunch after I've had a drunk. Yeah, thanks, Safa. I feel like I'm reasonably coherent. I had a lasagna, Safa. It was good. Also, I'm going the whole way with the microwave food. I ordered some light and easy for the first time in ages, which is getting delivered on Tuesday. So, yeah. After Tuesday, Safa, whenever you ask me what I've been eating, it's almost definitely going to be something I just chucked in the microwave. Because it's like, yay, I don't have to think anymore. I've got stuff in my fridge and freezer that I just take out and put in the microwave.
The history of TV dinners is kind of interesting.
See, that's a super American thing, the TV dinners, and I think it is fascinating, yes.
I think it started with airline food. They wanted something about having like fresh food on airlines, and then that got popular, and they were like, we'd sell this to people. And then the first one was like a frozen turkey dinner, I think. Swanson.
Yeah. Oh, who's it? What's his name? Didn't the guy who used to be on Fox, Tucker Carlson, didn't he marry someone whose family made an absolute fortune from TV dinners? I feel like it might have been the Swanson TV dinners. I'm not sure.
I feel like that's worth a Google.
In that family.
Yeah, Hungry Man. Yeah, let's see.
Oh, the Hungry Man, they're the big ones. Yeah.
Yeah, so Hungry Man is the original Swanson dinner is that company is a Hungry Man owned by Hungry or something like that now. It's the same company.
Okay. All right.
It's just through the evolution.
Yeah. Safa, not quite. The classic TV dinner is I think it's like a tray, and the different components would be in little sort of depressions in the tray, but they're kind of the same thing. Foods Light and Easy TV dinners are kind of the same thing.
Are you Foods and Light and Easy like the healthy frozen meals you order online?
Yes, these are like calorie controlled meals, but they're super freaking yummy too.
I would say the U Foods is like I would call it a premium TV dinner. It's like higher quality food and stuff.
Yeah, they are high quality, whereas
versus
the
like
classic TV dinner were very questionable quality.
Yeah, well, like when I get a Hungry Man, it's like processed mashed potato. It's got like 1,300 milligrams of salt in it. Stuff like that.
Yeah. So the ones I get are like calorie controlled and whatnot, but they also taste really good. But yeah,
they look good. I see the commercials for them and stuff on Facebook.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm also just being super lazy. Also, if I get these things delivered, I end up eating way more diverse food than I would if I had to cook my own meals because I'm not that motivated to cook really completely different things every
Yeah.
day. But I can just order really radically different meals every day, and it's just like, yep, this is both better for me and more interesting and more diverse than if I was doing the cooking on my own. So
I'm still waiting for that thing from Back to the Future where you like what they put a little pizza in the microwave and it made a big pizza or something like that, or it was like
yeah,
a
yeah,
McDonald's meal or something like that. I'm
yeah.
waiting for that.
And some of the more recent Star Wars stuff, they showed them like they have a little plate and they put some powder on it and put some liquid and then put it in a thing and it goes and turns into a meal.
That just kind of seems like a lazy version of like I think in Star Trek they have the machine that could just be like
The replicator, yes.
coffee and it's just a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Which
And
that's
Safa,
basically an advanced 3D printer in a way.
yeah, and this was Safa saying, we're actually not that far off 3D printing relatively decent food. But
I read an article like 10 years ago about they were like 3D printing like meat. They were like artificially like making meat. That was like 10 years ago.
yeah, and there are still people trying to do like lab grown meat and artificial meat that looks and tastes and feels like animal meat, but like no animal got killed doing it. So who knows?
There was one company that had a breakthrough because they found a way that when they made the meat, they found a way they could like interweave the fibers. So the final product was more like legitimate meat, and it was some sort of breakthrough or something at a time. So maybe in like 10 years or something, we'll have more stuff like that.
Yeah, it's and people have regularly done very interesting stuff with like textured vegetable protein or tofu or whatever, trying to make it look like meat. But that stuff they're doing with the lab grown stuff to recreate the fibers and stuff, exactly what you're saying. That's who knows where that's going to end up. That's pretty wild.
Or they're 3D printing organs. Have you seen that? They're like 3D printing like lungs and stuff.
Yeah, and they have done it with simple tissue stuff. They do hope they'll be able to do it for the complex ones like hearts and whatnot.
Which would be so cool.
The liver is an incredibly simple thing, and is the sort of thing they're working on, but who knows? Safa, is tofu a superfood? I don't know. I don't like tofu. But again, tofu is completely neutral. It can become whatever you turn it into. How you prepare it, what sauces you have.
Like mushrooms.
Yeah. I think tofu is somehow related to mushrooms, actually. I'm not sure. But yeah. But that's our future. If the ecosystem collapses, it's really funny. I see these things, right-wing memes on social media. They're obsessed with people forcing them to eat bugs. And I'm like, I'm sorry, dude, but if we're not careful, the ecosystem will completely collapse, and all there will be to eat will be fungus and bugs and plankton, basically.
Yeah.
We'll be trying to turn all of those into food. That'll be what we're left with.
There's a YouTube video about them trying to already turn bugs into like a protein to feed to like poor communities and stuff.
Yeah, no, very particularly in Southeast Asia, some mass-produced. Like I Mrs. Angry got me some novelty stuff for my birthday a couple of years ago, and it was different edible bugs, and it was interesting. They'd been fried or freeze-dried or whatever. But you can get flour that's like ground up bugs. Like you get flour from all these different grains and whatnot in the supermarket. You can get flour that's actually ground up bugs, and so it's like a high protein flour that you can do really interesting things with in cooking.
I've heard from multiple sources that either crickets or grasshoppers actually taste kind of good. So I'm not 100% on that, but if I was offered, I would try one just to say I tried it. I've heard from multiple people, both on western and eastern side of the world, that they taste okay for being a bug.
Yeah. Well, the bugs that Mrs. Angry got me to eat, some of them were crickets, and some of them were mealworms. There's even one that was ants, but it's basically their protein. You can grind them up and turn them into protein. And yes, actually, Dr. Abigail, fair point. Superfoods is just some bullshit hype. And oh god, Heine, you're making me think of that episode of Futurama where they've got to drink the Soylent Green, and Fry asks, Soylent Green, what's it like? And Leela says, it varies from person to person. Oh yes, a cochineal, a red food coloring. And also there are various dyes of very bright colors that are actually ground up bugs. And they were secret things. But yes, the red food coloring, there's a red food coloring that's not vegetarian, not vegan, because it's actually made from ground up bugs. I think it's called cochineal. But yeah, with bugs, they're awesome. But okay, just like 1 a.m. I think I'm also going to crash. What time is it where you are, Micro?
At 9:55 a.m.
Oh, it's a normal time of morning for you now. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's maybe because time zone shifts, because we're about to have the daylight saving shift in the next month too. So that might also make the time more hostile. I don't know.
I think I woke up at like 7 is when I first saw the stream or something like that. Normally I miss you by a couple hours when I wake up because you're up my time. I want to say like 4 or 5 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
And then sometimes I see you, but I'm like, I'm too tired. I'm just gonna go to bed.
And it's like because of daylight saving happening in different ways in our different hemispheres, sometimes of the year it's super bad timing for us, and at other times of the year it's much more manageable. But I think we're going into one of the phases where it might be more manageable, but I don't know.
For sure.
Anyway, it's like 1 a.m. here. I'm going to go sleepy burbos, but Saturday night is not date night. Anyone who's around, in what's it? It's like 1 a.m. So if I do it at 8, it's like, I don't know, 19. I don't know. I'm probably doing a Saturday night stream. For how long? Who knows? We'll see. But
what's your time zone?
Oh, what?
I have a 24. My watch has a 24-hour thing on it, and I can set my 24-hour hand to your time zone, so I know what time it is where you are.
Okay, so it's 12:56 a.m. here, so it's coming up on 1 a.m. here. My next stream will be starting at 8 p.m. So that's in 17 hours from now.
Oh my god, I'll wait till it's 10. When it's 10 a.m. here, it'll be 1 a.m. there. So I'll set my hand for 1 a.m. and then we'll be synced up.
Yeah.
And then I'll know what time it is where you are.
So yeah, okay. So what? So you're at 9:57 a.m. there?
Yeah.
So yeah, okay. So from 10, it will be 10 hours. Wait. So 10 to 10 p.m. No, that's ring. So yeah, so it'll be 10 hours before I stream again.
All right.
Alrighty. Well, let's see, man. And I'm going to put this out and
have a good night.
Try and get some sleeps. So all you fine and funky folk, take care of yourselves. Had a fun night tonight, but I'm going to space out and see you another time.